Here we are in Hazelbrook, in the Blue Mountains again. A much nicer, much finer weather. The sun's out, the sky is crystal blue. And we're talking today on St. John of the Ladder, since we didn't get to talk about his incredible text last week when we had a failure, technological failure. And so we're going for our walk. Here we go. We're talking about Christ's miracles as well. As you can see here, we'll come back to this park later, but there's a beautiful park down there, little grove. You can see over there. And then here, you get an overshot of down on the plain of Sydney, the plain of, well, the first settlement of this country. But for now, look, let's walk through this mottled light. And you can tell that, well, there's a church here, a uniting church, but some dry stone wall around here. It looks like it was probably put up in late Victorian times. But it's always nice to walk down a modelled pathway like this. Older the better. As we begin our subject today, thanks for joining me. The street view is also quite nice too. Perhaps we'll come back along that. But isn't this beautiful? Huh? Walk down the forest path with me today. Because after all, we are looking to get to a garden, aren't we? A place halfway between, well, and beyond, to be taken beyond. Half spirit. Whereas the Garden of Eden is half spirit, half nature. The sphere of creation, you could call it. But just beyond there is pure spirit. It is basically spirit, spirit when you're in Eden, but beyond there is, well, Jerusalem is. Why is Jerusalem a city? Because a city is made of man. It's a symbol for pure spirit. So that's our future. Wow, look at this lovely little path they've built in their property. No gateway. I guess that means we can go right in. No privacy. No, we're not going to go in there. That looks rather nice here. This camera's pretty good in lower light. These are nice properties, aren't they? Beautiful cockatoos. But some of these, they're just small, but they were built quite a while ago. Edwardian maybe. 1910 or something. But Christ's miracles. We talked about all the steps of the Passion yesterday up to, well, it was very mixed because we were on the monastery trip, and that's quite amazing. I asked the Lord and contemplated it, and I'm going to keep it all up there because he wants, pray for the brothers who are there, for their help, so they have help, and the Lord will guide them. But at the same time, if you turn the volume up, you could probably hear the brother talking when we were talking with him, and that's good. But anyway, the point is we were talking about the passion of the Christ. And we got through the first 3 steps of it to the crowning of thorns. And that crowning of thorns signifies at the same time as responsibility and the attacks you will bear representing spiritual truth to the world is that crowning. So, but what does that also mean? Well, you're given a crown, aren't you? A crown of the divine word, the kingdom of heaven. Kingdom, crown kingdom. he grants the kingdom of heaven, of spiritual experience. After you've gone through the foot washing, and which is the relationship of above and below, and the left and right, the scouring, and you experience this in hesychistic prayer. But the crowning, the kingdom of heaven, is the contemplation. Not only, it's beyond the contemplation of the logoi, the essence of created things, and you begin to contemplate Christ, the logos. Because the logoi can become, people seeking to contemplate like a philosopher the essence of created things, can become an idol. If you don't seek Christ, you've got to seek ultimately, say if you were Goethe, who could see the archetypes or the categories, whatever the scholastics call them. Goethe could see them, could see concepts imagistically, right? He went through a metamorphosis like a tree, goes through a metamorphosis, and that's where he came up with his theory of metamorphosis. His theory also of science, because Goethe's theory of science isn't looking to postulate something invisible or laws. He attaches phenomena to other phenomena, and rather than trying to seek some invisible abstraction, he finds causes of phenomena with other phenomena. Sorry, he doesn't look for some invisible cause. He links together phenomena to reveal imagistically, using explanations which we know. He doesn't go from the known into a fake unknown. He goes from a known to reveal an archetype. But anyway, I'll save that for a future lecture where I can properly unpack it. But the idea is that it's a real, doesn't postulate some unknown with an idea. It reveals another phenomena by comparing phenomena, seeing how they interrelate. It reveals to the known, in the known, another phenomena, not postulating a abstraction based on a deduction from the facts of experience to some law. It actually reveals, you see, to sight another, because what does phenomena mean? That which shines forth. It's what's available to experience in the known. So by this comparison, by this careful examination, seeing how things interconnect, instead of, like science does, deducing an abstracted law that as a proposition may be correct, this way that Goethe talks about, by using the known and the phenomena, not by postulating an unseen unknown, it actually reveals the primordial archetype behind that which shines forth to sight. Isn't that incredible? That's how it's supposed to be. That signifies what we're supposed to do. But ultimately, the ground of all those different things, those created archetypes and logoi, are Christ himself. Christ himself. So that's who you seek first, because you seek him first and all other things will be granted. You seek him first, don't make idols of things, and he'll put you on a mission. If you're interested in those things, it means you have talents for them, and he'll use them, but ultimately we have to come into union with him. But yeah, I thought I wasn't explaining it properly, but I did explain. That's a good explanation of Goethe's that came to me. I think the Lord probably helped me with that, showing the difference between Goethe's approach, which works with the known and phenomena that are available to reveal a primordial phenomena or archetype to the imagistic. It's the very borderline of the faculties we are talking about in this stream. The borderline of the faculties we're talking about in this stream. This place, I don't know, it's nice. I like little hilly areas, but it's just pretty residential, but Just allow myself to be guided here. But overlooked, an overlooked village of the Blue Mountains. Little village. And so we've talked about one faculty, I suppose you could call that a rudimentary episteme, a rudimentary intuition of the logoi of created things through study and concentration. But there's no prayer in that, so you can only go so far in it. It's not divine intuition. It's the intuition of the philosophers. And that's what Goethe discovered. And so there is an alternate science, in a sense, that can be pursued, but the method of abstracting laws from observations of nature, instead of that, disclosing primordial archetype instead. So it's something you can actually see, sense, and interact with. But it requires a lot of effort and time, though, that the sciences aren't interested in that. They'll prefer to use apparatus to disclose a law. And so, anyway, that's one faculty. That's not the faculties we're talking about today, but it was worth talking about. And so we're talking about the restoration of movement, of heredity, of proper heredity, of what are the infirmities that we have? Our infirmities are our past, our heredity, our illnesses. We can't walk, we can't see, we can't hear. We lack life forces, or they're broken life forces. And our motivations are wrong, our future's wrong, our goals are wrong, right? And these are existentials that are sick. They're sick existentials. They need to be made essential. Made essential. And this is what all these different sicknesses of not being able to walk, of not being able to see, of having the wrong future, of having the wrong past, of having the wrong heredity. These are all the miracles. And they're all tied up with Lazarus, all of them at the same time, because he's dead. Right? He can't walk, you can't see when you're dead, can you? You can't hear, you can't move, you can't walk. You have no past, you have no future, you're just dead. Well, if you're healed and salved, if salvation has been granted to you, then, well, and you have proper heredity, then you're in a different situation. But so let's talk about the first miracle then. Well, let me check and see if everyone's there. We've done a little opening intro. See if this is, oh good, we've still got signal on there on this. That means it must be with the whole. Wunderbar. Hello friends. Great to see you all. And so continuing with this talk. And so like we said, we began just describing a faculty that a philosopher can develop. Plato, Goethe best articulated by Goethe. He moved no further than that. Because that's really kind of as far as you can go, is that God of the philosophers, or this sort of observing the deeper levels of the cosmos, or fake objectively, I'd call it, because it's not angelic objectivity. And Goethe was able to achieve that, though. He unlocked surface spirituality, let's call it. He was able to, as he talked and told Schiller, he was able to see the logoi. Well, Schiller says, well, this is just an abstraction, or this is just a concept. He says, well, if that's just a concept, I can see them. I can see them. And they mean primordial concept, phenomena, archetypes of created things, logoi of created things. He could see, because if you stare long enough and you examine in a particular way, see how phenomena interact with each other to explain them, or to show what they are, rather than like I said, postulating a cause as an idea, a dead idea. No, he actually disclosed what the kinds of things that the scholastics had a vague memory of. They still had a sense of them that we don't have now. They could see them. And Goethe, through his very, like I said, he only could see it with plants. He wasn't able to postulate metamorphosis for us. Metamorphosis. But even someone like Steiner, he understood it's Christ. But because of the terminology he talks about, it's too much articulated as if we bring it about. We participate and we do our bit, effort and grace. But it's grace, it's decided by Christ. And so, anyway, let's move on. So the first miracle, the wedding at Kana. This is connected mightily, incredibly, miraculously connected. Oh, here's a nice little house. Miraculously connected with the seventh day of creation. Remember, Christ, if it's true what John said, see some lovely little houses down here. Beautiful. This is pretty ideal. I'd love to live in a little house like this. Might as well. Let's just have a quick look. It's nice. Beautiful. Oh look, they've got like a little sports car over there. You can see that. Beautiful garden. Anyway, if it's true, as John says, and John the theologian, he saw, he was with, Christ was in him and he was in Christ. John the beloved, the one the Lord loved, the one with his ear to the Master's heart, which we need to also have our ear to the Master's heart. If it's true, and it is true, but if it's, I'm just lining up some logic. If it's true that everything that was created was with the Logos, that also means that the 7 days of creation were created by and with the Logos. So just as the Master is the incarnated miracle worker, creates these miracles so too did he create the 7 days of creation. And so they're interrelated, but they're in reverse. They're in reverse. So the seventh day of creation is related to the first miracle. And this makes sense because you'll see how it makes sense, but it makes sense in how someone's got their fire on. Lovely time of year when people start turning the fires on. It makes sense because when the miracles are they're done on us, and we are already beyond the seventh day of creation, right? So we're almost retrograded. We need to be brought back to the first day. So the last miracle of Lazarus is related to the first day of creation. Lazarus, you know how he says, Lazarus, come forth. It is the same thing as let there be light. Can you see the connection here in that? And so, the wedding at Kana is connected to this last day. To actually begin this process, to be re-wedded to him, we have to attend a personal Sabbath. The Sabbath itself persists. These 7 days of creation persist. These 7 miracles persist and continue to happen always if we do what's required. And so the Sabbath, there's actually an 8th day of creation. It's either Palamas, St. Gregory Palamas, or St. Maximus that talks about this, the Confessor. But this aligns with the 7th day of creation it's like the halfway zone, the Sabbath. It's the stepping off point of the spiral into the eternal. The eternal proper is the 8th day. But the 7th day is this mediatory zone of withdrawal. And God does withdraw from the world on the Sabbath, doesn't he? To know that it's good, but also it allows our freedom that he's withdrawal. And so in our freedom, we must withdraw from that which he withdrew from to allow our freedom here to not be merely his extension, to be loved, the possibility of to be loved sons and daughters. Does he ever say daughters to anyone? I'm saying it, but does he ever say daughters to anyone? Or does he only ever say sons of God? It's interesting. Anyway, I'm not making any comment about that. Of course, salvation is for everyone. I'm just, don't be silly. It's just a thought that came to me. I don't know where we're going here. But anyway. But we know what we're talking about. That's what we do know. So, the wedding at Kana. We have to take this withdrawal to withdraw our will from the world. Now, what does the wedding at Kana tell us about that? Also, may I say that these 7 miracles relate to the 7 I am statements too. So the first one, I am the vine. Now the vine isn't the root. The root is the Father. The vine, though, bears fruits. Logos. This is the vine. The vine bears wine, the new wine, the second wine. And so this vine is connected to this. Is connected to this. And you see in the icon, there's an incredible Orthodox icon that has a rigid pillar. And between the rigid pillar, it's a pillar which is a rigid bit of concrete, which is like a C. I mean the letter C. And in the middle of the C is a golden pillar. But reaching up to the golden pillar between this rigid, dead pylon is a red vine on this wedding at Kana icon. Incredible. I think artists don't even know most of the time the metaphysics. They just get an inspiration and they put it in the icon. They don't often know. They're not going, I'm going to calculate your metaphysics and put it in. I don't think they often are thinking it's inspiration from the Holy Spirit. But then you look at the icons and examine them and recognize. Anyway, the point is this structure represents a past, present, future, crystallized, dead, first wine has made up this structure, and this golden pillar that is us, that's possible, is connected and wrapped around by this vine. And so that clearly shows you what needs to happen. And this vine is outside the context of this pillar thing, this C, which shows you past, present, and future, a dead one. And the pillar's made gold by the vine. But the vine comes from the eternal, doesn't it? It's from away from where that wall is. And this C is connected to this pillar thing is connected to a concrete wall, which is above the scene of the wedding at Kana. Anyway, I am the vine is what this first miracle is connected to. It is also connected to the 7 petitions of the Lord's Prayer. 7, 7, 7. 7 I am statements. 7 sacraments. 7 petitions of the Lord's Prayer. 7 days of creation. But they're in reverse, some of these. So the way they're connected is in reverse. So the protect us from the evil one, this makes sense that this petition's also connected to this, just like the vine is, because in reverse, the wedding at Kana is the first step. We're in the slaver's bonds of the evil one before the wedding at Kana. We are operating under the first wine. The first wine is Viljamak. It is the principle of war of all against all, the principle of natural selection, the principle of competition, Willsamakt. I love saying the word, German word. Just gives the right sense to what it is. It is the fallen principle, not virginal. And so this first wine, well, give us the sequence, Scott, give us the sequence of how these things play out. Well, they have no wine left, my son. Well, Mary doesn't say my son, but let me paraphrase. They have no wine left. Lady, because woman is formal, it means lady, or like lord or lady, or madam. Oh, madam, what, madam, what have I to, I can't remember the exact quote. Let me just paraphrase it. They have no wine left. What is that to me? My time has not yet come. That's step one. Step two, empty urn. Fill with cool, clear water. So what's wine? Wine impels. It's a spirit, isn't it? They call it spirits for a reason. Wine impels. Cool, clear water is poured into a pot. It's still, isn't it? Also, water speaks to unperturbed consciousness. It's also cool. It's not heated. You're not inflamed, are you? So you're being directed what to do symbolically to begin this possibility of a wedding and a festival. So we have to do what the Master says if we want this. And so what is that? It's still. It's still water, isn't it? Concentration without effort in prayer for long enough. Peace and stillness, and then the second wine. And then he transforms it into wine, the second wine, and the second wine was better than the first, the new cosmos of love. And let me just make sure this is still working. Probably is. Yeah, looks like it. The new cosmos of love. And let me just put the location on. My dear, dear friends. My dear, dear friends. Let me just put the old, as it were, GPS location on. There we are. My dear friends, my dear Gandalf. Wondrous miracles of Christ. And so this is the first one we experience. And so it is a recapitulation. I said this yesterday. The Passion is the highest recapitulation of what begins with the Beatitudes and the whole of Christ's word and his ministry. And I don't even like calling it ministry necessarily, because it's more than a mere ministry. Because it kind of makes it really, I think that probably comes from Protestants, that it's a kind of treating him like the simple carpenter when he is actually the perfect man and God. So he's not a mere carpenter, he's a perfect carpenter, a perfect man. We must remember, even the Son of Man part of Christ is the perfect man, sinless. So people like to treat him like the simple carpenter, but no, he's the perfect carpenter as well, right? But he still knows all our temptations and tragedies. Hang on a minute. I was going to check where we're going, but... And so, like I said, seven petitions of the Lord's Prayer. This one's connected to the evil one. It's leaving the grasp of the evil one. Protect us from the evil one. Let us overcome the evil one in the world. And we do that by walking away. Walk away from conflict. The good wins when it flourishes. Hear that little birdie when I said that? The good wins when it flourishes. How true. There's apparently some waterfall a bit further down, but yeah, I don't know. I could just continue along this trail. Where does that go? Oh, it eventually goes to Lake Woodford. That might be nice. We can see how long the signal holds out. Maybe we can go to the... Oh, that's quite a ways away, and they do link up, but I don't know. Well, we're probably not going to walk down to what is called Empress Falls. We'll just keep walking, eh? Signal seems to be good so far, thankfully. Yeah, well, I guess we'll walk a bit further. Yeah. At least to finish off this discussion discussion point. You can see some of the mountains through here. How cool. Usually the reception's not so good, but I think we're good today. For now, anyway. And so, oh look, there's a bit of a clearing here. And there's Mount Hay in the very distance. I think that's Mount Hay anyway. You probably didn't get to see that, but we're going to keep going. So, the wedding at Kana, cool, clear water. He directs us to do that, right? Pour water in. Become this consciousness is often water is symbolic for consciousness. Remember the water and the spirit, the wind as the spirit, and that moves the water. So we have to do the same thing. Now what happens? Well, we're doing this concentration without effort for quite some time, aren't we? And like I said, these are related to the Beatitudes, becoming poor in spirit. It's just a higher version of that. But it speaks to different elements of the miracle. And I've mentioned this before, of course, that the wedding at Kana is a re-wedding, just like the Lord on the seventh day of creation weds himself. Well, he withdraws from us. It's re-wedding him to us because we come back to him voluntarily, and there's a celebration. A lot of people might experience this. Again, it's connected. What's it connected to? The sacrament of wedding. But people might experience this as, for me, it was a dramatic changeover from a recognition that I didn't have the forces. I was doing long concentrations. I was emptying. My waters were becoming emptied. My will was weakening and such. But it took my acknowledging that I couldn't do it under my own steam, because that's what I thought I was doing at the time. And like I said, I was in a despondent, but within the concentration practice, I was pretty distraught, right? At the end of my teva, I said, Lord, this is in the middle of deep concentration practice, and said, Lord, I don't know the way. I'm a lost sheep. Help me, show me the way. But obviously very despondent, right? Inner tears, you could call them. I was very afraid too, because I knew some death experience would eventually need to occur. But I've talked about this before. And this won't happen in the same way for everyone, but you will experience some sort of grace, a grace period of grace earlier on in the practice, let's say. For some it might be, well, the holy morning will come. It could be that too. Because eventually compunction is something you experience every morning. It's a good thing. And we must recognize that it's a good thing. Compunction, the grieving. The Master says, remember Lazarus, how long was he sick for? Was it 3 days? I don't know if it's 3 days sick and then dead and then resurrected. And the Master says to us, I Soon I will go, but soon I will return. And remember, it's 3 days again, wasn't it? It's 3 days again. Let me just make sure it's still working as we go along here. I think it is. 3 days again. Is it still working? Yeah. Three days again. So he's never far away. But anyway, the point is, this wedding at Kana, I experienced an ecstasy, which was out of body, no body, in black, and roaring winds, which I talked about, the Holy Spirit, roaring wind, a wind, I think in Pentecost. But for others, like I said, it might be a morning or a period of grace early on. And so what is that? It's the wedding festival. It's a second wine, early experience of that re-wedding of God to you in the ground of your being. A fundamental change of heart has occurred in this wedding. Why? Well, of course, the first wine is the will to power. It's abandoning a fundamental telos, a fundamental chasing of power, a change in will direction, that you don't do it under your own power. It's not a Willsamacht, it's not a will to power, it's not a going after your own desired goal. It's acknowledging that's not the way, that someone else has a way, and you ask him and follow him. But just getting this deeply fundamentally, and you'll experience something that a wedding festival will correspond to. A wedding festival will correspond to. And recognizing that he's the true vine. He's the bearer of fruit. You don't bear it. But surrendering that first way of being, that first will to power way of being, so that the miracle can come about. We have to do what the Master says, to pour clear, cool water into an urn. What is an urn? It's a cave as well, right? An urn is an empty cave. They talk about the urns at different times, like bodies being put in an urn, or the field of urns, that the blood money was paid for. And so, oh look, here's a nice house. Might as well take a look, right? Something to look at out here. Yes. Yeah. We might as well walk down a little bit. Yes, just pine trees. And so, the second wine is granted. There's a wedding festival, and then you begin on your journey. But in that, we must remember, again, I want to mention this point. The Lord will return. You won't realize it though, because it's not spelled out for you, but you must have a sense that you must believe this idea that spiritual contraction and expansion. When he's gone and grace is withdrawn, sometimes he can be teaching you something, but most of the time, and every time I've asked recently, it's about spiritual contraction. He's doing something. Remember, there's so many references to this in Apocalypse, that the spirit of truth, which is the scroll, it tastes bitter to the stomach. It's bitter to begin with, because it's to bear it, your soul can't bear it without God. And so you'll go through this period of 3 days. It never really exceeds longer than 3 days. Sometimes it might be a week to begin with, but 3 days, right? But in that time, you'll forget because the forces are removed from you. You go, oh, maybe this road isn't for me, right? Because it's just, that's why when the master withdraws into the desert, he talks about it's written. We need the word of God to refer back to in that period when our existential, grounding, unconscious being is transformed. When things are done deeper down, your roots and deep held beliefs are completely just parts of your being are taken away. And so immediately you might think, oh, these things that you've made strong resolution on are weakened in that time. And so we need, and he's strengthening us through that. And so we must remember that all these references in the Bible, he'll return. Just stay true in that time. And also remember, if you do the practice for an hour, in that state, you should be able, pretty quickly, even if you've been doing it for 3 months, by the end of it, he'll grant you peace. So even in that withdrawal state, if you withdraw back to him, he still allows that within the spiritual contraction. Like we said, we are like a tree. A tree grows towards the sun. It both contracts on the horizontal and expands on the vertical. And then finishes expanding on the vertical, and then I think it expands wider on the horizontal again. Then you're acting in the world with grace, walking like we are now. Grace is granted, my will is no longer weakened. Then you'll go through a period where your will feels weak. So if you feel suddenly like you don't have this energy, it's gone, keep a careful eye on your will energy. Keep the same amount of sleep, because you'll notice that, oh, that's weird, I've had 8 hours sleep. I'm eating well, everything's fine. Something's different here though. I'm doing my gym or exercise and I'm weakened. What's going on? What's going on? Over time, you'll see the patterns, and the Gospels will match up with the existential pattern. And so, because at the start, those transformations are all you can see. You don't have sight. You're like a blind man. You can't see yet. You can't feel the divine faculties yet. You have to rely on these transformations and see patterns with them to recognize what is not psychological, right? Because you can't sense yet what is clearly presents itself as beatific and not a mere psychological peace or a psychological love, which is available later. This is a rock formation here we could have a little look at. I'm just going to pray and see whether I should walk down to this lake. This is quite far into the bush. It's a very good signal. Must be antennas that have a clear line of sight or something. Doesn't seem like there's much to see here though, it's just trees. All right, we'll go back. Okay. we'll get back to the subject shortly. I'll just show you where we're going on the old map. Here we are. Now, doesn't say where we are. Where are we? Whoops. There you are, Woodford catchment area. That's where we're going. So, yeah, I think I know why the signal here. It's called an amphitheatre in general, so it's quite a ways to get down there. Surely there's another quicker route down to the lake part. Anyway, we'll walk out there and see how long signal lasts. And there might be a way to the lake, but not far. Because there seems to be a little creek, so we can probably walk along the creek. Just showing this. We're here, down here. There's a few of these creeks, right? Whoops, cancel. I haven't really been walking for very long either, so we want to get to this lake. So we're there. So yeah, I guess that's where we are there. Okay, well, we'll keep walking and see if there's a place to right turn towards the lake a bit further down. All right. I will bear with me. I will keep checking every now and then to make sure everything's still broadcasting. Yeah, it seems to be signals coming through. If there's signal on that, then there's signal on that. Yeah, I don't need to check it, I don't think. And so that makes up the end of the wedding at Kana part. Good. ZDMC says, blessings in the name of the risen Christ, Jesus. Indeed. And blessings to you all, my friends. I prayed for you all this morning, as I do every morning, everyone who watches, and everyone who's in the fellowship. Remember, you can join at scottmannion.com/fellowship and come on the pilgrimages, one of which we went on. Well, I went on yesterday, and these will continue every year. So we'll be doing one in Europe where most of the audience are, but this is some Australian audience, so there was one chap who came along. But yeah, there's a free option to join the Discord. Just follow the instructions on the website. And so you can give me your details. I can find out who you are if you want to come along for Michaelmas and Pentecost. Pentecost is next. So, yeah. Oh wait, or was it? Yeah. Christmas, Pentecost. Christmas, Easter, Pentecost. No. I don't know, maybe it's Michaelmas. The next one's in like 3 months' time or 4 months' time. So, anyway, so we were on the wedding at Kana. We might need to, I'll just put you on, let me just put you on pause briefly. I just need to go to the bathroom, so I'll have to, before we jump into the next step, I'll just... There are 7 infirmities. We're talking about the first infirmity. We're sick. Not married at the ground of our being to Christ. So the first one, no one is. You're not married to him unless you go through this process. We're not at vertical heredity though. That's the next one. But this very first wedding is this acknowledgement, this change of heart. It's the very first thing. And grace is often offered that speaks to, good, that's working. There it is. And grace is offered, right? So this infirmity was a sickness of running out of wine, because the first wine fails. It's this first thing we're given, these life forces, this vital force is sick. This vital force is made sick by the will to power. It is also tied up with the will to power, but originally it's just granted. It's just granted, so.
G'day.
Hey.
Is that me?
And so now we'll talk about the next miracle. I think we've explained that well enough. Remarried to the Lord we become. In patterns, it's connected, like I said, to this. The second wine being granted. We're given a bit. We're nursed on the milk, and then we have to continue our practices. But little by little you discover that you're led to a beatific or a divine peace, not a psychological peace. And the morning becomes your best time of day. That's never taken away from you. And of course, in the concentration without effort in prayer, you're rejecting sin. You're rejecting the scouring. You're rejecting the attack of the demons every morning. Thoughts are demons. Assume they're demons. Even during the day, be watchful. They try it, especially during these periods. They pick these periods of scouring, and be aware over this period of Easter and Holy Week. This is an ideal time. We're going through, that's the aim, to experience in a minor way. We go through the same passion. And during this time, you will be attacked by the demons. So just remember what time of year it is, that it will pass. That the Lord is doing things at the ground and essence of your being that you're unaware of. He will return. You just have to be confident of that. It's really such a great understanding to recognize this spiritual contraction idea. Just say, it's just spiritual contraction. The demons will pass, because the demons or the impulse gives you a sense that it's not going to stop. Oh, is this always going to be like this? If you don't keep reminding yourself, right? He'll be back. He said he will be back. This is part of it. He's doing things. He's improving me. While we go through this, stay the course, stay on the path, seek the peace of the heart in the morning. So you've always got this. Remember, if he's withdrawn from you, you can still, through that hour of concentration without effort in prayer, get through the hour to a point of peace. He will grant mercy. So he's withdrawn, so to strengthen you doing things, but at the same time, you can experience a reprieve during that 3-day period or a week period where he's withdrawn. So don't forget that. Now, moving on. And there's many references to that, of course. Revelation, that it's this is the justification for, or substantiation of, or from. It's a substantiation from Revelation of bitter pill. It's a bitter to swallow and sweet later. And that's something that's transforming you, isn't it? And then, of course, the many references to, I'll soon return. He's entombed. You have to be entombed, right? The water's poured into an empty pot. That's a tomb too. Symbolically connected. tomb. Here we are, a bit of elevation. Maybe not enough to see over the trees. Yeah. All good. And so now we move on to the next sickness, heredity, the past. Two things. One, and so this is connected with the sixth day of the sixth day, which is when the creatures of the earth, animals, let's say. So this is to do with heredity. That's the last stage of creation before the Sabbath. And so now we need to understand we live in kingships. Whose kingdom? There's two things. There's heredity and there's kingdom. So we're in a telos, a purposive context of mortal kingdoms. And kingdoms speak to ethnic groups too. Ethnic groups are families. Ethnic groups can have a missionary angeloi, but they also have a demon egregore, which mostly makes up the blood tie desire of the ethnic group in temporality, not being led by a providential purpose, but a temporal desire for, and we see this with the Jays, right? It's all egregoric. And so the son of this kingsman, this person, the name of the guy, that his son is dying, sick. He's dying because this gentleman, in that time, the lordship or the nobles had, they didn't have their own eye, their own mission, their own, they didn't have their own, what do you call it? Eye impulse, free eye impulse. They were kind of like an expression of the king only. And that's also in the noble's name. The noble word, I think in Aramaic or in Hebrew, means kingsman. And so in the Bible, or maybe it's in Greek, sorry, the Greek it means kingsman. Jesus says to this noble that he'll be healed if you believe in me. And then he believes in him, right? And that transforms it. And the Lord retrochronically or miraculously heals the son through his past. Remember, the past pushes its impulses into the present. It hangs around. So why was the son ill? Because the father had no initiative. It's a hereditary illness. Because his eye he's a representative only of the king's eye, a sort of demon, an egregoric demon, rather than an ethnic angel. Egregoric demon, in a sense, right? So it's vertical, and so what he's asking for is the Father establishes proper vertical heredity to Jesus Christ, divine sonship and kingship, so the past of the Son is healed. Because this shows you that at a deeper level of being, this past persists and pushes into now. These former epochs push their wills and directions into now. They don't pass. The ages are still there. And, pushing what they want. The ages push from places you can't see. They affect you with impulses, actually, but all you recognize is some impulse and you think it's you. And often even the words that are said to us, the angels help us with ideas and they're articulated as, I think I'll do this today, but it's actually an angel giving you an idea if it's a positive thing. Not always, but most of the time. Especially if it's in counter to a demonic one. Great, still working. What a marvel. Now, Kingsman, Wait, let me just make sure that's the right place that I thought it was. Sorry, everyone. I don't want to interrupt this chat. Yeah, good. It's still working. This is nice, modelled little turn. How cool, we actually have a bushwalk that doesn't just break up. You can see a bit down here. Now, Kingsman. Oh, yeah, it's quite far down that hill, isn't it? Have a ways to go back to get back. Anyway. And so, okay, what happens? I just mentioned. He believes. His heredity is fixed, therefore his son's is fixed, because what has been pushes into the now, and this curse is fixed now, from the past. Because the past can be fixed now. That's what your sins are, past affecting the now. And the Lord heals that past, which pushes into the now and has effects on the now. And that frees you from it to manifest his being and his future, because he is the future, and we'll get to that. This is mainly dealing with this past and what has been, which is a deeper level of the unconscious and being, and a deeper level of the cosmos, of facticity as well. Now, yeah, these miracles are incredible for showing you indirectly that there are deeper levels of reality that Christ influences. Now, so when he says he believes, Christ or someone, he's addressed next as not as king's man anymore, but as human being. Once he's established her proper heredity, vertical heredity. Then he's called leader of the house. A true kingdom. What is a leader of a house? A king of this house, this domain. And so he was a king's man, operating in this, again, it's connected to this will to power of first wine, but this is showing you its expression in space and time. The expression of a domain in space and time is expressed in relation to and presences based upon what your goals are and what your primordial impulses are. If that's all tied up in will to power, it affects this telos purposive time-space that we are. The king's man existed in a will to power, a power, space and time. His domain and space is transformed because the past is healed. Very metaphysically deep, these miracles. Of course, it's the deepest if you examine them. Spatial, temporal kingship, properly linked to eternal kingship, establishes Christian telos domain, purposive context. Telos means purposive context. It's not just some end. It's a wider, grounding being to lead towards. Eschatology establishes and transforms the space. And so this healing of the past also transforms the space by establishing proper vertical heredity to Christ. And so the king's man is made a leader of the house, proper established family unit, domain in Christ's kingly domain. Incredible, isn't it? And so that's the next healing that happens, because you're becoming a son of God. That's not just automatic from baptism. Salvation, becoming a son of God, requires initiation, requires hesychism. You have to make the moral development. You have to pour the clear, cool water into the pot. You have to be scoured. You have to become poor in spirit, like the empty pot, and then with clear, cool water. You see how these things are all connected. The Beatitudes, the miracles, higher expressions of the highest pattern. And And so that infirmity of the past is healed. Thank God it's possible. That heredity curse of the fall is healed. What is that curse of the fall? It's the horizontal. It's worshipping the horizontal. It's your king and the kingdom of man, or in the kingdom of nature. It's the temporal spatial domain is led, and presence is how it is based on these grounding principles. And the grounding principle, the sire of those, was the Vil Zamak, the devil. Enmity, not, if that's the word, enmity, not love. And so you love and believe in Christ. Also, this speaks to you as a man. You have to be, you affect your family, right? The leader of the house has to, if he's aligned with Christ authentically, repenting, doing his practice, the rest of the house will be slowly brought into alignment. If he can do divine will, if he can detect divine will. And this process is about the re-establishment of connection with things, fixing your past, fixing your first wine, granting you renewal and healing of your infirmities, so you can detect and see divine will. In the wrong state, some of the saints talk about this, is that, well, you're kept from it in a sense. It's not so obviously told to you until you can establish how. Because you'd be disobedient to it, and that's not good for you. It'd create more sin. That's an interesting idea. I mean, maybe I should contemplate it and just make sure that's definitely what the saints say, but I just want to, yeah. It's one reason why it's not so obvious. Perhaps is one reason why. I'll leave that one. But the point is, it can be discerned. But if I gave you a directive to do it, you couldn't do it, because it's about grace. You have to go through the moral development first. So if you just followed my discernment lectures, you're going to find you won't be able to figure it out. Or if you're doing it too early, spiritual deception is an issue. You have to go through a bit of moral purification first, right? But the beauty of it is that there is access to, it's not a matter of trying something out, like in a C.S. Lewis sense, and seeing if it feels right, to see if it's divine will. You can ask and then get the impulse of peace and the breath of peace and joy in answer to your questions, if you do the concentration without effort in prayer every morning until it develops and spiritual touch comes behind the eyes. And this is, the miracles speak of this in terms of the restoration of legs, the restoration of sight. But you have to do it every day. Concentration without effort in prayer. Follow what I say in how to do concentration without effort in prayer. It's a small part of that mysticism lecture. Just, that's the key practice. Do that for an hour a day. Tells you how. Jesus prayer. And then there are other things that will help, right? You can just add them as you feel it's appropriate. You can do more. So many people are missing this, that you can ask questions. Valentin Tomberg describes the same thing, intuition, and the answer comes from conscience as like I said, the breath of peace. You might only be able to sense peace at first, but the breath of peace becomes possible, first sampled in the depth of concentration without effort in prayer in the morning. You cannot do it without the concentration part. This has to be a part of it. Gregory Palamas talks about this, makes a great defense of concentration. It's talked about in unseen warfare as one of the greatest things overlooked by people. People think it doesn't yield things, but it yields everything. So we must do it. Don't just pray. You have to do the concentration with it. And so we pray with it, of course. But anyway, we describe how it's done in the lectures. Go to the Substack. It says lectures, Greenwood lectures. Go to the practices of Christian mysticism and go to the particular part that's concentration without effort in prayer, how to. Now, this past fixed. We'll go on to the next miracle. Still working, happy days. But we're going to have a look where we are first. Okay, I mean, there seems to be a creek here. I don't think we can walk. Oh, look, you know what? We're not that far away from the... We're about half... we're almost there. Let's keep going. Coming clear. I think, again, because this is an amphitheatre, there's obviously signal towers that have line of sight here. Thank God you actually guys get to come with me on a proper bush walk. So, now, what was that? Did we talk about... Yeah, my apologies. There is one more aspect to this second miracle of heredity. It's connected with the second I am statement. So the nobleman's son, the nobleman believes and the son is healed. The son is weak and dying because the king's man has no I. He has no individual conscience contact with Christ. He's let his I go. He's got no proper individual impulse of freedom from Christ. He can't follow Christ. He's not following Christ. Christ grants this free impulse from him to every individual. But this guy doesn't do that. He's just like a Vola's ideal of this low demonic kingdom and king. What is this though? You see how miraculous these things are connected. It's connected with the second I am statement. I am the way, the truth, and the life. What is that? What's life, truth, and way? Well, existentially, your knowledge. Where does that come from? You're kind of sired by knowledge, aren't you? Knowledge makes up the being that you are. So this truth, this life, sires you as well. This vine, there's a vine, isn't there? Anyway, this way, true, and life, you're like a wanderer working for this king, this earthly king. So you're operating with a kind of satanic or luciferic way, truth, and life. Rather than being led by an ethnic, because I'm not saying ethnic group's bad or an ethnic kingship's bad, if it's guided by Christ for a providential mission. Otherwise, it's demonic. It's just seeking something on temporal. It's just a collective will to power. Communism, for instance, if it's a national communism, just technical will to power. The Lord, if you properly align, he's got an intention for different peoples. He knows what's properly healthy to have ethnic groups. You know, you love everyone. Do not hate anyone. Put him first. He knows there's a healthy hierarchy of things, right? But you properly align these things. You don't make a king, earthly kingdom, a dictator, mustache man, paganism, right? There's kingship's good, but of course the king has to be Christian. He has to be able to receive proper impulses from an ethnic ungloy, right? Not a low demon that just desires things in temporality. And so, what am I trying to say? I'm just making connection between the king's man followed a satanic way, truth, and life. He is the lost wanderer. The wanderer is Adam, the wandering spirit. Eve is the jostling soul, world soul. The wandering world spirit is the worldly. See how this is connected? King's man, king, worldly king of the world, Satan, right? He has to free himself from that principality, which is a thing that affects how the space that we are, the temporal space, temporal spatial arena is a kingdom, and it has to be dissolved to Christ as king and true father. But you see how all these things are kind of a father, right? If you follow someone's way, that's fathering you. Its knowledge is father. If you follow someone's knowledge, it's your memory is kind of a father to what you are now, right? So you can see how this is more than a story. It's the paradoxes and the conundrums and the mysteries. Christ says so many things that show you there's deep metaphysics in them. Of course, he is the ground of all thought, feeling, and will of the cosmos, the primordial word that we're separated from. So, until we're re-wedded, he's everywhere but nowhere. He is not. He's not existentially here until we find that he actually is the ground of everything everywhere. And then we sense him as and know him as a fact of experience. Thank God. Okay, so now we've got that. False way, truth and life. An ill way, and fake truth, fake life, fake way. That's the wandering atom. That's the kingdom of principalities and powers. The king's man is obedient to the principality of the worldly king, and the worldly king is obedient to his will to power. And the ethnic group of that king and that king's line are obedient to that will to power. Egregore, demon. Principality, existential, generates the existential space in a sense, or contributes to it. So that's why it's important. The past must be healed and fixed. Wow, incredible, right? Not me, Christ is incredible. I'm nothing but a useless servant, my friends. We want to be useless servants because we need his virtue. He provides the virtue. I wondered why the saint said this. Like, I don't know if I can say that. I don't feel like a useless servant. I feel like I've made some progress. No. That's the idea. Christ grants all these virtues, right? Like, it's true. Because I wondered why the saints were saying it if it was just pragmatic. But no, they explain how it's true in the Philokalia. But it really helps with pride, that any demon temptations, you say, I'm a useless servant. It's Christ. Thank God. And that definitely helps, man. Pray for the virtue of humility. Pray for the virtue of discernment. Because we want, most of all these days, pray for discernment, pray for his truth, his virtue, his spirit of truth. Because that way, then we might be able to discern. Then we might be able to... Look, you have to do it by starting and trying what I talk about first, once you've been doing the practice for 6 months. What I say in that lecture on how to discern. But while you're doing that, you need to be praying for those things, right? I say that in the lecture. But then you can actually follow intuition, follow divine will. Thank God, it's possible. And it's so needed. It's so hard, right? Because there's a lot of prerequisites to be able to do so. But it's very clear once we do try it, and other people are able to do it in the fellowship, thank God. Thank God. So it's definitely the way. Of course, it's grace that brings it about, but thank God. It's possible. And so needed. People are at a loss. They try something, they see if they sense if it's right or wrong. They don't know what the phenomenology of it is. What's the phenomena I'm supposed to notice here? Some people talk about it, some people talk about discernment, but they're always talking about after the fact. You can actually ask questions and wait for an answer in impulse. It's possible. Sometimes words if you're trying to work something out. Later on. And then you, of course, confirm that with the epistemic principle. I talk about this stuff all the time. The lectures unpack that. And I'm writing a book which is going to really gel this well together with excellent references and citations and everything, so people can feel confident just giving it to someone. Look here, try this. It's a bit difficult to go through the different lectures, but it's good anyway. So it is truly so needed. And so let's move on to the next one. So what was restored in the wedding at Kana? Well, because of the Sabbath, in a sense, you're abandoning at the depth of your being this will for yourself. So your future, the very first inklings or seed, because remember, in the wedding at Kana, they experience his glory. I missed that part. They experience Christ's glory. Doxa. Glory means revelation. Lof, vain glory, that's what the pagans call lof. It's the desire for reputation, to be bigger, to be considered big. It's empty at its ground. You want to be considered big. I want this reputational, but it's empty, isn't it? Because there's no substance. Revelation, though, is a granted, loving life force. It's not an empty loft that makes you, that puffs you up, that makes you feel kingly, but it doesn't really grant you these rock-solid, living vine forces that bear fruits that actually come from the future. So what's restored in the wedding at Kana is the true future for you, because you made that change of heart, because you poured clear, cool water into an empty vat. You went into a wine casket. You went into a cave and poured clear, cool water in it, and waited for the master to transform it. You wait. You wait. Okay. And so with that, we can move on to the next one, which is, what's the next one? Wedding at Kana. Let me just take off this vest, it's getting a bit warm now. Or take the jumper off, put the vest on. I might do that. Yeah. What we have. Get this old bag back on. Oh, let me have a drink as well. Sorry, I'll put you guys here. Oops. Whoa. This might not even be live now because it's so low, because I've lowered where the body. Okay. How long that was going on. Keep walking a bit. Okay, now you're back. They start working. Maybe if we keep walking, it's not going to be an issue. Let's see if this has come back now. Let's try. Might be good now. We reset the system. Apologies, everyone. Okay, audio's back. I hope this lasts, everyone. I do. Okay, continue our walk, and I'll be careful not to bang the bag, because I think maybe dumping the bag down very non-gently, I think that might actually jolt the cable, and then the whole system needs resetting. So I'll be extra careful about that. It is a computer after all. It's a very small computer, but... Okay. Well, given that this is still working, here we are. You can see some of the... I can actually see some mobile phone towers. That would explain why we're still getting signal. You wouldn't be able to see them, but I saw one. So we were talking about the next miracle. I'm going to just go over to my notes actually. This is still working. Still working. Great, still working. Okay. We're almost at the lake in about 30 minutes. Oh wait, he said 30 minutes. He said 30 minutes both ways. I think 15 minutes away. Healing the lame. Why are we lame? What's the infirmity of not being able to walk? We're talking about the third day of creation here, which is tied up with plants, which means archetypes. What happened here? The illness is a disconnection from, in this lame man, and I'll explain why, is a disconnection from the cosmos because of his sin. This is an individual's sin that has lamed him. And it's connected to the petitions of the Lord's Prayer, forgive us our trespasses. See how these things link up? And they link up in number too, they're in sequence, so it's not arbitrary, the order of them. Of course it's divine. And you can see a bit of the mountains further on out here. It's a shame they can't chop down the trees, but you can see it between the trees. It would make for a good view anyway. I better just see which I am statement that's good. Yeah, I am the door. I am the door. That's what came to mind, but I wanted to make sure. I am the door is the I am statements that's connected to. He's the door, right? You can see how that door is connected to forgiveness of sins too. It's connected to that petition of the Lord's Prayer. Forgive us our sins. You're lame because of your sins. We can't walk. We have no impulse because we've forgotten our brother. We've sinned against our brother, and we've sinned against our own conscience. And what's conscience? Conscience is connected to your conscience is how you determine divine will. It just means you have to get beyond the first stage of conscience to be able to discern this and ask questions of conscience. You have to have your sins forgiven. All the stuff I talk about in the practices, doing the practice an hour a day. This will definitely be quite a walk back. Anyway. Good exercise. Hopefully the signal holds out. We're going down into the... And so he can't walk. He's at the side of this pool, the pool of Siloam. Oh, no, that's different. The pool of Siloam is about the blind man. This pool has 5 pillars. There are 5 dark currents of the will. Wait, was this the lame man or the blind man? No, it's the lame man. He can't walk. Yeah, no, this is not the... This is the pillar. This is the pool with the 5 pillars, I think. I just want to double check. Yes, there's 5 arches of the pool. It's about the ensouled movement of the world he's connected to. He has no harmony with it. He's been singing his own chorus, therefore sinning. Well, not therefore, but singing your own chorus is sinning. You're doing your own, you're not in a harmony with the world. And what does that mean? If I'm sinning against people, I'm not in harmony with my brother. If I'm not obedient to my conscience, my angel, and I can't hear it anymore, means I can't walk. I'm not experiencing impulses of will from conscience. This is why, but you don't have a conscience until you do these practices though. It's not merely prejudice, and it's not merely, and even beyond just your angel. You have to be purified before you can truly receive an impulse and ask questions of it. But this conscience is what we talk about when we talk about divine will. It's divine intuition. Eventually, it makes union with divine wisdom. And you bow the intellect to it. And you ask questions of it internally. Christ is within, remember? That's why all this is possible. But we have to unpack it more so people get a sense that it is this special thing Christ grants, faculty. And he sends it through the conscience, divine will. But so this lame man can't walk because he has no conscience, which means he's disconnected from his future and his present. And so what needs to happen, and it's connected to the third day of creation, which is, or maybe that's the aquatic animals and it's the aquatic animals and is it? Or the plants? No, it's the aquatic animals and the birds, I think. Wouldn't that be unconscious and impulses and divine impulse? Maybe it's not that though. I can't remember which day it is. But the point is, that's why he can't walk. And so this is dealing with personal sin. You have to forgive others' trespasses against you. Admit your sin, repent your sin. And Christ says to him, pick up your pallet. Rise. Vertical conscience, right? Conscience is on the vertical. It's from God. He says, rise. So that's him reconnected to conscience, healed, right? And then pick up your pallet, which is a horizontal bed, which is this bed of the world present that you exist in. Pick up your bed and bear it. Pick up the horizontal and bear it, and you have harmony and find harmony with it. Following conscience. Do you see how this is connected? He's the door. Forgiveness is the door. Christ is the door. You have to do what he says. Follow his commandments. Forgive others, and you will be forgiven. And then you can experience his guidance. How far away is this? Quite far. Oh, we're about halfway down the descent, I think. Yeah. Now, what does Christ say? Sin no more, that nothing worse may befall you. It's a lameness due to egoism. Like I said, unplugged from others in the world and conscience, your angel. And what else does he say? Will you be made whole? That means forgiving others and being forgiven. There's no sin connecting you with others and your conscience. So you're not in sin with your future, and you're not deharmonized with singing your own chorus against the people that are around you. That's what is laming him. Will you be made whole? Okay, that means he's harmonized with the world and others, because his sins are forgiven by the Lord, and he can walk again. That means what does it mean to walk? It means to be granted impulse, energy. You can't walk without energy and grace, right? I can tell you from experience that eventually you'll experience the Lord returning, and grace. You can feel like you can, if you're tired after exercise, you'll recognize you can relax your own will, your own impulse, and another one reinforces the walking from behind almost. When you're tired, his yoke can be easy in that way. It's possible. pretty amazing. And incredible, as I say. Now, hopefully it's still coming through here. Oh wow, look. Rosetta. Red bluebird. I don't know if you can see him there. If you even have signal here, I don't know if you can see it. There he is. He's gone. And so, rise and take up your pallet. Will you be made whole? I am the door. That is the door. You know, an interesting fact about this is that, you know, when the firmament is talked about, Christ is the firmament between above and below. He is the door between them, the mediating logos. The low magic agent between subject and object is Lucifer. Satan, Lucifer. He's what keeps you from the true relationship with the world and then also the divine. He has the world presence as dead, modern, but going through this deep process of concentration without effort in prayer, going to the roots of the unconscious, into the depths, into the pot, clearing the water with Christ, does it become possible to see the true grantor of intelligibility, and you get that through intuition, a deeper level of truth and reality granted to you permanently. The gift of black perfection, it's called by some Christian esotericists, but it's just true. It's the truth joins you, and you can ask him questions. Thank God. Thank God it's possible, because I wouldn't know where I'd be without, you know. And thank God, because the answers and guidance are ingressions from the eternal. You become truly free. Because even if you're directed to do something, you'll be granted the impulses to do it. You know, when I say strive to do better than your best, that seems a lot. All it is, though, is just do a little bit better each time. This tiny bit, and the Lord grants the forces. That's all that means. Because when you say, I'll do my best, it's just a cope that I'll do what I currently understand is that I can do. That's basically what that is. So that's why I say that. I said that. Okay, hopefully it's still coming through here. But yeah, you can see us getting deeper into the forest here. It's going to be quite a long walk back, but I think it's probably worth it. Ooh, muddy. Wow, there actually is some views down here. Whoops, that's a bit deep. Pretty beautiful though. I'll take these out of my ears. Get a proper taste of the silence. Yeah. Now, I don't know if we have any signal here, so I better check. Wouldn't that be great if it was still coming through? Because we're going down into the canyon, so not confident. Yeah, we'll see. Not sure. Oh dear. Might have lost you guys. Maybe we should have turned around. May have lost you guys. Where are we though? Let me look. Yeah, this lake is lower in the canyon. I don't know. Just don't know how much further we have to go. We've already gone down quite a ways in this descent. Yeah, no, well, let's just keep going. It's not much further anyway, I don't think. Surely that's the bottom. It's going to take ages to walk up this as well. Oh wow. Here we are. Maybe something's coming through. But yes, that's the healing of the layman. And what does that speak to? Your unconscious is not connected. You experience provokings and impulses internally. You don't ever experience it as gravity or a push. Jung talked about in former times that it was experienced as an object. And that's true. And so through this, when the Lord heals your lameness, you actually then have access to the beginnings of a divine faculty of true conscience, but also feeling demons too. And so you can experience spiritual touch a bit further on in the process, behind the eyes, in concentration without effort in prayer. And that's where you experience the breath of peace as well. Well, there's little wrens up there. I don't know if you can, probably can't see them. They look like wrens anyway, don't they? Don't even know if this is coming through, but it's pretty cool. Hollowed out tree. Those are super dangerous. That would be chopped down, I'd say, in the city. The trees like this kill people all the time, with big branches dropping. Okay. I guess this is probably an emergency water supply as well, this lake. What do you got? You got a decent view there. Just get down here. If there's signal, we will start our reading of finishing off Rudolf Steiner's guidelines, which mean impelling ideas that, when I say impel means, well, we're talking about impulses, aren't we? That's what we're in desperate need of. We've got plenty of dead ideas that have no impulse, have no living spirit. Here it is. With any luck, you're getting a bit, yeah, it looks kind of nice, little waterway, dam, little dam. Okay. Let's have another look. It's not looking good. Though I hope you guys have something. Let me see the other connection. Whoops. 209. Let's see. Not looking good. No, okay, sat-nav's working there. Now, where would this go back to if I was to walk back? This trail instead. Similar place. Well, we got a map. Let me just see, maybe there's something going. Alright, we're just going to keep walking because I just don't know the signal, I can't risk. And I'll keep talking, might as well keep talking. But we're not going to stop here. We can keep following this trail. It's a beautiful spot though. That's the danger with these live streams. It's the canyons and the valleys. We'll keep going along here. Okay, let's go. Amen. Okay, so where were we? I'm just going to keep talking because maybe something will come through. Reconnected to world. I am the door. Rise and take up your pallet. I think that's pretty well explained. Through this, you re-establish contact with conscience and impulses. Now, you get a better sense of this impulse, not only conscience, but felt gravity, push, which can happen. Now, let me tell you about the next one. Feeding of the 5,000. Now, this is characterized, let's nice look at the lake there. I am the bread of life, feeding of the 5,000. See how they match up? Right when you reach that number, feeding of the 5,000, I am the bread of life. Bingo. Divine. These are divine things. Oh, you know, it's not, the camera's not looking the right way. There we go. I'm going to show you some of the lake. And so, oh wow, the silence. Moving towards winter. It's such a hot country, so I prefer it. Spring, I know summer's on the way, so. Nice, isn't it? It's a bit unruly, this camera. And so with the, give us this day our daily bread, it's connected with the petition of the Lord's Prayer. It's also connected with I am the bread of life. Look at how all these connected. And it comes in the next step after it, in the same order that they're given in the Bible, if you align them properly. Isn't that crazy? Well, isn't that true? Because it's revelation. 7 petitions of the Lord's Prayer, 7 miracles, 7 I am statements, 7 sacraments. Well, the sacraments don't really participate in the why this is so beautiful. You reverse the days of creation, 7 days of creation, 7 I am statements, 7 petitions of the Lord's Prayer, 7 I am statements. I can't remember if the I am statements are reversed, but the days of creation are reversed and they align. And so do the petitions of the Lord's Prayer. And so the bread of life, the Lord feeds them. 5, they're hungry, 5 loaves of bread and 2 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes. The fishes stand for the twilight senses, which are intellect and imagination. The 5 loaves of bread stand for the 5 senses. This also establishes the hierarchical principle which shows that the multitude of the people who turn up to who turn up to the top of the mountain. They try to make Christ king of the world. He withdraws when they try to do that. But they also leave. He asks the apostles, will you too go away? Now, do we want to just receive this bread of life and communion in the liturgy, or do we want to take it further and pursue hesychism, pursue concentration without effort in prayer, and be a disciple? Or do we want to be the multitude? We don't want to just be fed and then pursue our goals of will to power from this healing bread. We want to be the nighttime apostles as well. We want to be like Peter. Where else would we go? Peter says. In reply to the master, will you too go away? Now what happens is the apostles divvy it out. So this is important. And the bread's multiplied. This aligns with the day of creation of the sun, the moon, and the stars, which is why the twilight senses and the surface senses are mentioned. But also Christ is the sun, the apostles are the moon, and I'm certainly not sure this is coming across or working. But anyway, let's continue. Good practice, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty far in a canyon. I can't see this working, but anyway. If we got the map for a moment, then maybe it works. Could have learnt my lesson by now that going into canyons just doesn't happen. But anyway, let's continue, just in case. So, will you too go away? The bread of life, like I said, the Christ is the sun. The apostles are the moon, they reflect the sun. They pare it down, because if you experience an ecstasy of the divine uncreated light, as the hesychasts do, as St. John of the Cross did, but mainly let's talk about the hesychasts, Valentin Tomberg as well. You would be blown away by this. It's helpful to have the hierarchical principle. If that hierarchical principle is like Moses in the sense of it's a rule of initiates, right? It's a rule of people in communion, as most with Christ, they love Christ. So when they serve those that are below them, they don't exploit them. Obviously, you get bad seeds in the church, right? But the idea is, if you look around properly and be careful who you attach yourself to, keep your instincts open when you're picking a person to guide you or who to listen to. So they care about your freedom, but they also, it's like fathership, right? They'll give you stuff when you're being, stuff to discipline you so you can learn discipline as well. But point is, the hierarchical principle is solid in Christianity. It's just a hierarchy of divine people that are connected with and communion with Christ. Not worldly kings of power, not mustache man, not dictators. Kings, yes, that's possible, but they're kings like David in proper communion, right? Like Tsar Nicholas. Well, I don't know how well he was in communion, but he was certainly a Christian king. Yeah. And so that's ideal. They pare it down because you couldn't handle it. That's why Christ doesn't blow you away. He doesn't operate under the principle, what's more intense means it's more true. The devil does that. But Christ does increase the intensity of the experience and the depth of the experience over time. It's very subtle to begin with. Sometimes, occasionally, it can be bigger, but, you know, you're not as sure to begin with. You're keeping the epistemic principle, truth criterion in mind that we talk about, because you're using the cohesiveness with the tradition of what happens to you. You're using that to keep you safe. You're not being 100% whether, like, say you go through an ecstasy early like I did. I wasn't 100% about that for a long time until I could ask, because I didn't know. So I had this experience, I kept it logged away, and then it made sense eventually when I studied the tradition, when I then confirmed it through conscience once these things had been awakened. And then over time, when you have experienced the Lord's divine breath, eternal breathing, behind the eyes, he says he breathes on them. Peace be with you, and he breathes on them. What else could this mean than something that can happen to us? Yes. And where would he breathe on us? You can feel it around your chest and your heart as well, but mainly it's someone who's going to blow on you, like your mother. If your mother did that to you, I don't know, if you cut yourself on the face or something, you know, he's going to blow at you. He's blowing at your face. Remember, it comes from your mouth, doesn't it? So if someone's looking at you, talking to you, he's going to be at your eye level, and you hear. So there you go. That's why you feel it there first. Blows on you eternal peace. Might just feel it as a peace around that spiritual touch area, that area behind the eyes that you first feel spiritual touch. It's kind of close to where you feel emotions from. The further you go back in time, though, you go back to the 15th century, some of them are experiencing the intellect as coming from the heart. Others say, no, it comes from the head, right? The brain, whatever. That's because I think the further back in time you go, the center of consciousness seems more to come from the center region. And this is what happens in the depth of practice, is that the heart's united with, well, look, we I don't want to say more than that, but that Christ enters the blood, as we see in the wedding at Kana. He joins your blood, your respiratory system. The heart pumps the blood. It's not a mere, it's will, feeling, and thought that have a union with him. And they're all grounded in the heart. The intellect comes from the heart. And the will, what does that mean? The will is connected with physicality. It's connected with, it's the first layer out of facticity or physicality. The body, but the world is a body as well. So, but further beneath that, of course, are thought and feeling. But the will isn't the deepest layer, is what I'm saying. That's the closest to the surface, I'd say. Oh. Might need to stop for a little bit, getting a bit tired, have a drink. And so they pare it down for the multitude. But he's the bread of life. Communion, this is connected to the nighttime miracle. But we daily bread. We're experiencing peace and joy eventually in the end of our practice, it appears, at the end of hesychistic practice. And then sooner and sooner and sooner and sooner. And spiritual touch behind the eyes, near the end, like at the end of the practice, and then sooner and sooner and sooner and sooner, and then almost straight away. The peace doesn't come straight away though. That's always something that's after a bit of prayer. But eventually, the Lord will bring you through compunction and a gift of tears. Those tears can be internal. You can feel the emotiveness of crying, but without the tears, because the tears can sometimes interrupt your concentration, the physical tears. because you're attending behind the eyes, right? So if there's a wet tear there, you can't feel the cool eternal breath as well. So the Lord will grant you the feeling of tears, but without the, but obviously that's paired with, you still have grief will come over you without concentration throughout the day as well. But it becomes a good grief because you know the Lord's always coming then. You get so used to it, this compunction every day, thank God, because you're confessing in the morning, because you're giving thanks in the morning, and because you understand, you've researched Maximus the Confessor, you know the 7 spirits that are provided, you thank the Lord for as much as possible. You also thank him for the things you miss that he's doing. And then you also ask for forgiveness for your secret sins that you are unaware of. And his mercy, of course, you're praying for that every time you do the Jesus prayer, but ask for his mercy. And with that, you can guarantee that you'll experience eventually, as long as you are doing it every day, this concentration without effort in prayer for an hour with this other stuff, you will eventually start to experience holy morning, and then eventually every day. And thank God, after that, you attend to it. You don't run from it. You bring your attention to where it comes from as well. You're included in what your attention's concentrated on. And eventually it turns beatific. It's divine. The ground of the heart, feeling, thought, and the will. And after that, the Lord grants peace. And so I'm just saying this because it's the daily bread of life that becomes possible. First, it's just peace at the end of practice. Then there's a divine peace that opens up and becomes possible in the prayer of the heart eventually. But yeah, I have to be careful how I talk about the heart. It's the Lord's mysteries. So, and so then we move on to the miracle of the nighttime. The apostles are on a ship. I am the sea. Let me check. Let me just check I don't remember it fully. Oh, you know what? I can check if there's any signal. I didn't think of that. I can check if this is coming through. Oh, wow. Okay. It's still broadcasting. That's good. Hello, friends. So that must be working then. How good's that? Didn't expect that. I guess it was working the whole time. Well, we could have stopped by the lake, I suppose. Let's see if this is working. YouTube's still not coming up, but one of them might. But look, I'm sure it's still coming through because it had high data rate there. Let's continue. We won't stop though. Oh, I might briefly stop, just to have a bit of a drink. We still have a ways to walk back. Yeah, we could have stopped by the lake there. That's a shame. I should have thought to see if that worked. But yeah, maybe if I put my bag down, it would have disabled though, still. Yeah, just give me a moment. It's been shaking around. Damn, it's got no fizz then. Damn, dude, look at that. That sucks. Oh. What do you do? Nothing you can do. I put a shot of coffee in here too. Tastes pretty good actually. Whew. That'll do. Don't have too much of it, it'll be pinging off the walls. Okay, back to it. And so we've gone through a few infirmities here, and a few sicknesses. The will can't walk. Re-establish vertical heredity in the king's man. So you can see how these different elements of being in our unconscious are wounded kinship, wounded kingdom, horizontal kingdom, horizontal descent, both of temporal spatial as our descent, biological, and those three all need to be granted to the true king, the true father, the true master, as well as a restoration of a change of heart and the second wine of love instead of will to power. These miracles we've been through so far show that. Where do we get our bread from? Do we get it from calculation? Do we get it from trying to turn stones into bread through our intellect? You know, you can make your intellect a false god. If you think I'm going to calculate and come up with a financial scheme, and this, I'm going to rely on myself and my intellect to earn my money, and this is going to provide for me. That's also a false god. You're worshipping the intellect. Now we have to deep down get and be provided for by Christ, and bring the intellect to intuition. This restoration of the walking of the lame man is the beginning of being able to access conscience and intuition. Once that's restored, then you can bow the intellect, not rely on it, but you rely on conscience. Of course, you keep the epistemic principle to say in safety with the tradition, with the criterion of truth from idealism, which is it cohesive? Is it logical? Does it align with? Is it justified by? Is it substantiated by the truth of it? What is also of revelation of people of health? Do those people have, is it constructively fruitful? Are fruits born by it? The Master gave us a criterion. Bad tree doesn't grant good fruits, but you need to make sure those fruits aren't just isolated good fruits by checking it. They're similar fruits to what the saints say. That's a cohesiveness there too. But we're relying on the empirical principle in terms of our actual experience eventually of divine things and other people who have experienced divine things. So you see how this comes together. But we need to find this, more of us, in advance of behaving, not after behavior, seeing how it feels. No. We need to be able to ask it questions, him questions. We must be able to ask him questions. We're in desperate need of this now. People are confused because they can't check. They can't ask the Master. They're relying on their intellect. They're relying on what they want to be true. They're raising up false mystics. They're raising up, they're raising up they're not clear, they don't have clarity in their assessment of their own experience. You have to be rigorous. And thank God, you're lucky enough to be granted it. So if you are rigorous, you pray for mercy. Look, honestly, the key is the concentration with prayer, the Jesus prayer. Obviously asking for mercy, but these things combined together, and it's obviously grace, but you have to do the concentration because it really is so many things. It's so many things in these miracles. Please do it. Please do it. Save yourself the hassle of being lost. Do it. Be guided by something higher than guesswork, intellect, calculation, or other people. Be guided by the Master, at least as part of your truth criterion. You can be guided by spiritual fathers, of course, but you're supposed to, like, your father will tell you, like, what is it, like, where's God leading you? But you need to be able to ask questions, don't you? But this is what conscience is. You can ask it questions. By doing concentration without effort in prayer for 6 months to a year, and begin asking. And then I go through the procedure. Well, it's not a technique, it's a participation, but you do things morally. You approach the Master reverently. He's within you. So you go down, you concentrate, you pray the Jesus prayer for a bit. I'm not going to go through how it's done, because you can just go to the lecture, but on how to discern the Holy Spirit. But you need to be doing this practice before you start doing it, because it's part of your purification. And because it comes from the Master, it's just not going to happen unless you put a bit of time in, moral time in development, and forgive people. But believe me, like, look at Valentin Tomberg. It's not just me saying this. So you have to talk. You have to ask questions if you want to be able to be guided in a more direct fashion. Even St. Peter of Damascus talks about this, saying you have to try communicate with him within. Figure it out. I've got a roadmap. Valentin a bit more indirectly talks about it, but it's the same roadmap. And how's this brought about? It's not brought about by us. It's because the Lord has mercy and grants us this avenue of communication, of asking in advance and asking questions. Normally it's something that people tend to divine more after it happens, or they pray about something and then wait, rather than asking a direct question, they pray. Well, I mean, maybe they are trying the same thing, certain mode of how to ask questions which talk about yes or no, just framing it so it helps you. It's not to help the Lord, it's to help you. So it's whether it's an is or an ought. Ought I do this? Should I do this? Now, when you're being guided by this, it's not going to be relevant for you until you start doing this. So it might be months, I don't know. There's only 4 people that it's relevant for in the fellowship that have started asking questions. But the Lord is still a mystery. It's like Abraham. He'll lead you places, and then you got to be careful with your expectations, because that's you mastering him. But this is, anyway, it's not that important to talk about. But because he wants it to be, you don't get to make him an efficiency tool, is what I'm trying to say. He'll lead you somewhere to lead you to something better, and it's not what you expect, is what I'm saying. But you're always safe with him. You're always safe with him. But when you're following this intuition, you're following this conscience response, this beatific peace, and also later on, the answer is as a breath of peace behind the eyes in this zone of silence, zone of hesychism, zone of silence. It's felt there behind the eyes. This breath of coolish movement. The Spirit moves. The Lord breathes on the apostles, remember, when he returns. So that's later though. You might just notice it as a piece from there. But when you do it, I talk about this in the discernment lecture. The idea is you don't do anything you wouldn't normally consider yourself doing, right? You don't do you keep it within this framework of the truth criterion for safety in case of spiritual deception. So, just saying. Until you're more familiar with it, and also the further you go on, the more you're praying for Christ's virtue of discernment, which is a part of his body, his functional structure. He grants you his virtue being part of his Son of Man hypostasis, which is the mortal part of his will, the hypostasis. Of course, is the Son of God, hypostasis, apostasy. But where were we? Okay, we've digressed a little bit there. Let's talk about the nighttime miracle. Because as a disciple, we say, "No, Lord, where else would I go?" And it's a temptation to worry that, what about my retirement, my money, and this or that? He's going to provide for us. He'll lead you up, grant you the forces. But yeah, if you can just get this hour concentration thing habituated, so much unfolds clear says this, but for more intellectual types, contemplation and concentration leads to meditation, leads to contemplation. Obviously, the rest of the religious life, you do have to forgive and various things, but through the concentration, the Lord will really grant you virtues and help you. And really, especially for intellectual types, I think Callistos Angelic Cortides, or I think that's how you say his name, talks about this. For intellectuals, contemplation first is the better way. That starts with concentration. So that's how it was for me, because I'm a useless sinner. I think that's how it was for Simon the New Theologian as well. Like, useless sinner. So, granting the forces to keep these things at bay, it all comes from him, man. I couldn't do this. I couldn't, following his commandments, the energies to do so, he removes, lowers, reduces, grants the virtues. Thank God. But the point is, the other stuff is easier. His yoke is easy. But if you can just get this habituated first, then the rest of the life can unfold from there. And it can unfold in a way that's not so savage. You know? It's not so savage. It's not asceticism savagely. Because the saints say that if you're doing asceticism without contemplation and without love, without this impulsion from within, it's not going to do anything. You'll have these virtues, but you won't have divine contact. So you want to seek this divine contact as much as possible first through the Jesus prayer. Truly. I was just probably wondering what I'm looking at. I'm just looking down there. You can't see much. There's so much foliage in the foreground, and if you're here, you could say, oh, it looks nice, but it gets broken up a lot by the foreground foliage on camera. It's not as simple to get a picture of what's there. Wow, it's already 2:47. Let's have a look and see if this is still pushing out a signal. It is. Wow, okay. Fellas, friends, still pushing. Love it. Okay, nighttime miracles then. How cool is that? I guess this setup has improved. I've changed the position of a few things, probably the area also, but yeah. Here we are. We begin our ascent. The ascent of Mount Carmel, the ascent of Tabor, the uncreated light. compassion does, and you don't underestimate how much Christ suffers. He suffers orders and orders of magnitude more because he was God going through what he went through. Think about just one aspect. He deeply loved everyone who persecuted him and continued to love him. Where do we see this? We see this in, when he says when Christ says to Pilate says, "Do you not know that I have the power to release you?" He said, "You would not have that power if it wasn't from above." He's not talking about, what do you think he's talking about? He says the person that is more sinful is the high priests, aren't they? Because he's afraid. So what's Christ worried about? He's saying that it's not your fault. In a sense, he's saying that the person with more sin who's doing this, because he knows that Pilate is wondering, is this God? Just in the deepest level of his being, because he doesn't know what truth is. He kind of represents, he represents metaphysics itself. What is truth? I'm unrooted from the truth because of my abstractions and my speculations on what truth is. But he's been touched by truth that's next to him. And so he wonders. Deep down, even if he doesn't say the question out loud, there's impulses in the depth of Pilate's being when he says, "Where are you from?" And Christ doesn't answer. He says, "Man, don't you know that I have the power? You would not have that power if it wasn't for..." It's Caesar he's talking about. Why is that? Because he's forced to, because he has this post. When you're in a power hierarchy, you're just an extension. So the high priest bears the greater burden of sin. He still loves Pilate. He loves Pilate. He cares about him. Isn't that incredible? And then you get how much he suffered. Everyone who spat on him, everyone who persecuted him, he loved. And so when you get that context, Christ is like that when he speaks to you. Because you know that he knows all your internal experience. If you read about Pilate, when he's speaking to him, doesn't know that Christ, his replies are a mystery to Pilate. Because he thinks, well, it's just a person I made, but could possibly, maybe it's something more, but he doesn't know my inner experience. But the context of the reply we know Christ knows Pilate's inner experience. He's afraid, right? The gospel says he's more afraid. Christ knows. When you know that context, we're familiar with this experience because when he talks to us, we know he knows everything from within. can come from Christ. He can say something very simple, Ascent sovereign, he says. It can be a simple, straightforward statement, but he sends all this insight along with it. And the gnosis, because the logos, the word is unsaid. It's like a bread of life. It's a deeper, primordial concept. You can think about a thought, feeling, and will all together, divine thought, feeling, and will, and this insight around this, and the wording is almost a symbolic expression of this deeper truth that's sent to you, and all these other insights percolate and spread around it. Associations, he's granted you this. That's where you get that your being is there's a spectrum down into the unconscious of deeper levels of knowing. Not just propositional, not this cognitive science, embodiment, procedural, propositional. No, that's just worldly stuff. No, divine knowings. 4P cognitive science. 4E cognitive science. No. Divine knowings. Divine knowings. Knowledge, not embodied knowledge. No. Divine knowledge. Spiritual knowledge. Spiritual knowledge is it's beyond any embodiment, it's beyond any participatory. No. It's beyond all that. Pretty nice down here. It's a shame, I guess I could have stopped at the old lake because it was broadcasting, but we saw some of it. And in about half an hour we'll be back somewhere and we'll pull up and read our book. But for now, let's continue what we were talking about. I'm surprised at this broadcasting signal. Very surprised about that. It's pretty cool though. And so, what were we saying? The nighttime miracles. The apostles, this happens to us because things are being awakened. Remember, you rose and you picked up your pallet. You're now, forces are awakening in you. You're experiencing certain early parts of spiritual faculties. This might be where we go up, I can't remember. Let me have a look. a different cell line doesn't seem to be working. I can hear a waterfall somewhere. Okay, now we're back. Now if we went up that way, where would that go? I don't know if that is anything. It's just maybe water. I think water might roll through there. It's not a path. I don't know, it does say fire trail or something. It's weird. Oh yeah, it is. Windborne. Oh, that would actually go back to Windborne Road. We can walk a power line trail. We can walk up this. It'd be pretty steep, but we could go up there. Do we want to go up there though? That'd be steep. I think we'll just keep going on the trail run. Might be a smoother incline. And plus, you guys won't have seen the landscape before, so it'll be nicer. Oh wow, okay, you can see a bit. Ooh, that's steep. Oh well, it's not that bad. Just a bit of fauna down there. River down the bottom. Pretty cool. You can hear the moving water somewhere down there. Another trail on the other side of the canyon. Some waterfall. Anyway, you can't say anything. Okay, so nighttime miracle, the apostles. On a ship together. What are the different aspects of this? Okay, here's the river here. Let's see the river. Little. They are the apostles awake at night on a ship together. They're heading in one direction. There is wind blowing. But there's also these cosmic forces battling, buffeting the ship. You're awaking while you're asleep, right? You're awake while you're asleep. This happens to you. You're doing it every morning. While you're concentrating, you're waking up more and going to sleep at the same time. That's why you experience unconscious elements. That's why you have to do the concentration. You eventually your eyes close and you're going deeper into the unconscious deeper. You're awake while you're brought into sleep. Sleep is going somewhere. So is death. Christ is the gate of these things. Gate of forgetfulness, the gate of remembering, the gate of waking up, and the gate of death. He's the door, remember? Only with grace. Only with asking for mercy. We do our part, but remember the concentration is a moral action. It's not a mere technical procedure that brings about an efficient outcome that's predictable. It is only predictable in a moral sense, in a personal sense, because the absolute is personal. There is no impersonal absolute. It's a fake God of the philosophers. No, it's personal. And so you face that. You will be woken up in sleep. The devil generates kind of anxieties. You see stuff imagistically. You'll see stuff imagistically because you're awake while you're asleep, remember? You feel cosmic forces, like we said, forces and impulses were awakened that were formerly subjective, just felt as desire. Then as forces, pushes, gravity behind the eyes, the other things that can affect you are not just good. There is no salvation without temptation. So you have to, while you're able to interact with Christ, you also have to face the demons in a more Ah, dear. Well, friends, the people who update this software have just stuffed it up. This system of broadcast, because it's unbelievable, ridiculous. The audio just tanks these streams, so I apologise. Might be working now, let's have another look. Okay, well, it's working again now. I'm not sure how much you heard. It sounds utter rubbish though, obviously, because there's a desyncing thing with the software. Not much I can do. I'm going to maybe have to replace the broadcast part as well. Not only the camera either, to see if a change of camera helps. And I really don't want to change camera because this is good in terms of its stability and... But we were talking about the nighttime miracle. The healing of the blind man. The restoration of divine faculties. To be able to see the multiplicity of the normal world through the light of the ideal, or the light of Christ. Thank God. You see it as transparency over the surface senses. St. Sophrony talks about this when he says he saw two lights. One, the light of the sun, and the other, the kingdom. Through coming out of church when he was a youth. This is before he was doing any practice. So his theory is that the uncreated light is seen by babies. It's after this that we disconnect from it, right? St. Sophrony does. He was a true saint. He was a true hesychast. My God, his incredible book by him is called We Shall See Him As He Is. Such beauty, such love he had. He wrote it too. And he also wrote one called On Prayer, which is like a continuation of that book. Those two, my friends, there's Athenite Audio, YouTube channel, has the full audiobooks. I might also put them on a audio book version so people can just put it on their iPhone. They don't have to deal with YouTube ads. Incredible though. We Shall See Him As He Is, St. Sophrony of Essex, and On Prayer, St. Sophrony of Essex. It's going on the Greenwood recommended reading list alongside the Philokalia. You could easily add it to the Philokalia. There aren't many that actively describe mystic experience like Saint Sophrony, who mirrors Saint Simon, the New Theologian, in describing mystic experience, but fully understood the metaphysics, fully understood theology, academic theology, all of that, and said that that is a dead end. That is a dead end. It's theology as a fact of experience granted by Christ is possible. So anyway, the audio is good for a little while. I'm not sure how long it will last, but you know, here we are. We're on that last miracle though, this restoration of sight. That's why it's near the end, before Lazarus. Lazarus himself speaks to, so like I said, it's about the waters above and below the firmament. He heals his eyes with spit from closest to the Logos. By us doing our practice, getting deeper, being brought deeper, we're getting close to that spit at the edge of the firmament, closest to the Logos. He is the firmament. He is the firmament. Firmament. He is that. And so that blind man is healed and restored to the faculties of contemplation. And like I said, it's seen phenomenologically. It's seen as a transparency over the vision of the things of the world. Like we talk about, the spiritual faculties, they're all graces, but faculties, they collaborate. The Christ shows you his working in birds. I had an interview with someone and I said that, and he said it was narcissistic or something, in terms of like Christ can be narcissistic. What do you mean? Love wants you to know him. He's love. He wants you to love him. Like it's silly to think that love wanting love and worship is just attention. He wants you to love him so he can grant you love and awaken you to love, which is the best thing for you, is to be with him and following him. It's not narcissistic on his part. That's a low human will to power thing, because it's love asking you to find love, which resurrects you to love. It's really when you understand it's higher than human things, and you don't have this old Protestant habit of the mere carpenter. You know, it's Son of Man and Son of God. And it's the perfect man on the man's side. Remember, sinless. Yes, faced all the temptations, but he's the perfect man on the mortal side of things too. Not just a mere carpenter. Yes, he's a carpenter, but he's not a mere carpenter. He's the perfect carpenter. He's the perfect man. I'm just saying. He's not the average Joe. He's not the average of all humanity. He's the archetype of all humanity. He's the perfect man. See, that's a big difference. He's not the mere carpenter. He's not a moral teacher. He's God. There's definitely a trajectory of Protestantism that goes in that direction. I'm not saying all of it, but some of it. So, it is so nice out here. Incredible smoky breeze. People are starting their wood fires. And we're going to pull up, have a drink, and read some of our book. And then we'll bring out our computer, we'll read some St. John of the Ladder, and we'll read your comments. If you want to send any videos through to have a mutual conversation, you can send questions and you can make comments. I'll read them out in the chat. And we'll bring up the Discord too. You can join the fellowship at scottmannion.com or on the Substack. There's a link to the Discord on that. There's a free option if you can't afford it. Email me. Just go to the website, it says there, and you can get the Discord and participate with your voice in the final segment of the show. And so we're on that final miracle. Blind man, restored vision, uncreated light. What it does is it's a sense that it aligns things, aligns you with, shows you. Conscience is one of the faculties that's restored. The impulses of divine peace and eternal breath. Gravity, celestial gravity, you'd say, is felt behind the eyes, but also the spiritual sense of movement. It has the immediacy of movement. Right? That's why it's called spiritual touch. It's a symbol for movement. That's the closest, right? The spiritual vision and spiritual hearing. Now, where are we? Okay. Let's just get the map up. Yeah, we'll just show you where we are. Oh yeah, cool. We have to jump over this fence. Unless there's there's a little walk-through over here. Good. All right. Lazarus. Lazarus is sick. His infirmity, we've gone through all these sicknesses. The blind man's infirmity was he's blind. He's blind to what Adam used to be able to see before the fall. That's the infirmity. Lazarus has all the infirmities. He's dead, isn't he? He can't move. He can't rise. He can't walk. He has no past. He has no future, which are related to those first miracles. He can't see, he can't hear. So he is, it's all 6 of the infirmities he has. And why? So the glory of God can be revealed. That's why. And so you can see how the Lazarus miracle is connected to the first day of creation. And we mentioned the blindness miracle, that's connected to the second day of creation, of course. Waters above and below the firmament. Like I said, the spittle, the pool of all that is sent is what the pool of Siloam means. It is the all that is sent of being. So the waters above and below the firmament heal him. And then he can see above. And this is the empirical vision. Because remember, it's like the first wine, the first forces, the first sight. God withdraws. We don't have this second sight, this transcendent stuff, but we do have this original forces. But we're distant from God somehow. We're not participating in him, but we're granted this. When we talk about the first wine, when we talk about the wealth that's provided by the prodigal son to spend, this is not, you're allowed to spend these things, to use the first wine, the will to power co-opts all this, in distance from him. It is considered distant from God. You're not participating in him doing this, even if you go through patterns. Even if your patterns are similar to him because it's creation, you can distance yourself from him by damaging the divine likeness. There's a connection here too between the divine likeness, or the non-likeness, and the divine image. The transcendent self is connected with the divine image. The divine likeness, well, the more you're in a non-likeness state, the more you're distant from him. And the more you've misspent, or your functional structure, your virtue being, your way of being is distant from God. It's true distance, even if you're embodying some sort of creation pattern. In paganism, because of course, patterns of creation tend to align with Christ anyway, you're still distant. Like, the Lord's very nefarious. You can definitely, Satan is very nefarious. Paganism is nefarious. The Eastern spiritualities are nefarious. Their alternate value hierarchies are definitely damage people, and permanently. You don't eventually find your way back beyond a certain point. When you damage your conscience enough, it stops panging you. Unless someone helps you and prays for you, then the Lord, there's a point where the Lord stops hinting, right? He'll love you if you come to him, but there's a reason why people that have damaged their non-likeness, they don't receive conscience. If you're evil, you don't feel the pangs of conscience past a certain point. We don't even have access to conscience in modernity. We're all so evil, unless you go through the practices, of course, then. But and you're Christian authentically. But the regular modern has no pangs of conscience. There is no divine connection with his conscience. It's very damaged. And so it's just prejudice. Your instincts come from prejudice and character. We've talked about that many times also. And so Lazarus contains all these sicknesses of what we've mentioned over the last 3 hours. And for the glory of God, the Lord heals them all. And what he says in his resurrection of Lazarus is, he cries, he cares about Lazarus. He's a friend of Christ. We have to become, if we want to be Lazarus, and he's the first hesychast, the first initiate, the first one resurrected to all the divine faculties, the first friend of Christ. Remember, he says in John, he says, you were servants or slaves, now you're my friends. Lazarus is a friend of Christ. And so, if we want to be that, we have to go through this process. If we want these faculties restored, which in the end are graces, right? Wings. Will to power, 5 dark currents of the will to power are converted to will to service. And then what happens? The will which was in the world is withdrawn, because we've been doing this practice. Practicing concentration. We're practicing poverty, obedience, and chastity. Because for that hour, we're not looking at anything else. We're concentrating towards him and Jesus' prayer. What happens? The will eventually turns from an active agent in the world, aims itself up to the transcendent, and the Lord grants us wings, which is also called praying unceasingly. Thank God, grace grants us. But what is that? The will, the five currents become a sense. The will can sense. This is how you're able to ask questions of conscience. Your will has become a faculty, a sensory faculty. It's a wound because you nailed it to the cross. Because you sat down, didn't move your limbs. You nailed them there and you prayed. You didn't move them in the world. You withdrew into your tabernacle. You nailed yourself to the cross and Christ nailed you. You let him drain away by rejecting all the scourging temptations. While you're doing your morning practice, you reject all the temptations and any thought that appears to you, you think no and continue Jesus' prayer. That's all ye, that is all ye passions, all ye demons being rejected. That's your will in the world being reformed and turning eventually into a sensory faculty, and then a blind man is healed. All these things, you're healed. You're Lazarus doing this. You're nailed to the cross. Your will, when you nail limbs to the cross, what is that? It's the will to grasp at the expense of others is in the hands. Grasp and take and hold on to. The will to advance at the expense of others is in the legs. When you put them down and sit in a chair and pray for an hour a day, you're practicing poverty of the senses. You are no longer grasping and trying to advance at the expense of others. You've made the change of heart. And as that's crucified over a year, naturally he turns it into a sense because you've gone through the moral development. Do you see how these miracles, this passion, it's interrelated? You go through the passion in a minor way compared to Christ, of course. And he takes you through cycles of crucifixion and grace. Distance and resurrection. Distance and return. And Lazarus is a pre-pattern of that passion, that resurrection, that death. We all are to be Lazarus. He is the first initiate, the first hesychast. The master now is the spiritual master. Yes, through his spiritual guides and saints, that's true. But he is to be our teacher as well. Well, he says, I'm to be your teacher, but he'll teach you through spiritual guides as well. Of course, the tradition says that. That's true. Because it's Christ in them that helps you, because it's hard to interpret, right? But Christ, you have to, ultimately, it also has to be you dealing with him. We spoke to that monastic yesterday. He was talking about knowing God's will. The spiritual advisor can't just tell you what God's will is. You need to be thinking what's right. You need to make effort to try to disclose this intuition. You have to also go to the Lord to find him, pray for his guidance and teaching every day, and he'll find a way. And you, listening to this, you can do it by doing the concentration without effort and by following the lectures. You can discern divine will, discern intuition, activate divine conscience, so you can then begin following a road which is not without its challenges, because look, he's going to lead you away. He's going to say, look, I'll provide for you. You'll still be worried. You're like, oh, what about my retirement? I'm following this divine will. It's saying to go to this monastery. I won't have any money. Well, see, there's still challenges. You still have to overcome the temptations, but thank God the divine faculties are coming online. So you're coming online. That's a bit technical. Grace has been granted as more of a permanence. If you start sinning, you'll of course be cut off, but the thing is, you'll start to fear God. You fear his withdrawing, so you don't want to do the wrong thing, right? But the beauty of it, and what's happened to me recently, incredible discernment the Lord grant, is now if I go into this critical mode, I feel this, there's something, it's a sick joy. It's this gross impulse for ha, you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong. Like, when you critique someone's essay, I'm right and you're wrong. Here's this and this and this, and you're wrong about that, and this is right. Or jokey, Mr. Jester, rhetoric man, making rhetorical moves, making fun of people, whatever. It's all the mode of critique, but it is a perverted joy in it that we don't realize is perverted. It used to motivate me, this combative sport of trying to one-up each other and best each other, and it motivates so much. But now it just hurts my heart. Thank God. And you can just see a difference between that kind of joy. It feels different. It feels sick, and it hurts the heart. And then you pray for forgiveness, and thank God. In your concentrations, the Lord brings you to the pure heart every morning. And even within like 20 minutes of prayer, 10 minutes, brings you to compunction. And we begin to love this gift of tears, this compunction, this grief, because we know coming soon after is the Lord's peace and comfort. Every day that can happen, even when he withdraws and we're facing a lot of temptation, we can still stop in our day and seek his peace, and he'll grant it. So we do have reprieve in that. I'm nothing special. It's just a matter of, if you're willing to do the practice every day for 2 years, this is possible. It's an hour plus some other things as well of the Christian life, of forgiving people and moral effort, but other people can do this. I'm nothing special. So, it's possible for everyone. And I have to tell the truth about this. I'm nothing. I'm just a useless servant. It's all from Christ. But I have to bear witness to the truth of it. It is what the tradition talks about. So, it is kind of simple but complicated. And it's not just me, it's others in the fellowship that did it too. And after about 6 months to a year, the same thing happened to them. So, thank God. It'd be good if more people join the fellowship and do the practices and watch the lectures. I'll guide you, I'll help you through the process of doing it. So scottmanning.com/fellowship, join us. I'll guide you through the process, whatever you want help with. Yeah. You can also hear the experience of others. Oh wow, okay, here we are. We're coming up on a park here, and we can pull to the side and read from our book. It's been a bit of a walk, right? We've been walking for 3 hours. Tell you what, if you just do 5 minutes to 10 minutes of a Stairmaster, I'm much better than we were when we went on that hike last time, about 2 months ago, when I started up the gym again. Had the membership lapse. Didn't think I needed it, but the actual particular stairs are quite important for certain muscles. So, anyway, that's Lazarus. Lazarus, of course, let there be light. The Master loved him, how he loved him. Tears. This also speaks to how the miraculous works. Two wills in union. Was it Peter who resurrected people after Christ, the incarnation? Oh, I shouldn't talk about that. I don't know, I haven't studied the example before today, so. But, of course, we can see a connection between let there be light and Lazarus come forth. This is the same Logos that created everything and was there with everything that was made, and nothing that was made without him. He was there at the beginning. He was there. And the same forces persist of these 7 days of creation. These 7 miracles are eternal, and he'll grant them to you. If you begin with your concentration without effort, hesychistic prayer, mystic prayer, concentration must, like Unseen Warfare says, like Valentin Tomberg is so clear about, and I guide in the lecture on concentration without effort in prayer on how to do it. But do this with your Jesus prayer. And also the Jesus prayer, you must do it in the mind. The many hesychistic saints talk about it in the Philokalia. There are other advisements too on how to do prayer, other opinions, but truly in the mind with, well, there's also a ladder of prayer, but this, honestly, this is, I think this, it truly is Combine the name of Jesus and the breath, but not controlling. The East controls things. We don't do that. Maybe at the very beginning, just to get an idea, do some hesychastic saints recommend things, but no, we don't control it like the Easterners or any other of these fake religions. Sorry, they're fake. They are ultimately demons. Sad to say. Well, no, I'm not sad to say, actually. It's just the truth. You need to know the truth. And they're not watching this anyway. But, yeah. What were we saying? Yeah, prayer. Well, like we say, when you're just walking along, you can do the Jesus prayer, and you should drop into the Jesus prayer at any spare moment. Unless you're reading, I listen to audiobooks of the saints and while I walk, usually. But I've found that I can now pray the Jesus prayer mentally a lot of the time while I'm listening. Unless there's a particular thing I really am trying to concentrate on, I can actually do that at the same time. And Way of the Pilgrim does say that becomes possible, and it does. You can actually listen to someone and pray at the same time later. So it's not a joke, it's possible. But you let the automatic breathing determine the speed of the Jesus prayer in your mind. You link these two things, breath and the name of Jesus, as the Philokalia saints say. I think St. Mark says that. St. Mark the ascetic. St. Mark the ascetic, yeah. And so, do that. You link these together in your concentration without effort in the morning. I'm not going to tell you how to do the concentration, but, well, I might as well. You concentrate it and balance. Concentrate without pushing. Just a gentle concentration on the center of vision, on an icon of Jesus. You don't have to have the icon, but it's important. And also the all of vision, the whole of the whole. And you balance these two things. It's hard to do it at the same time, so you're trying to find a balance between them. I describe it in more evocative language that's carefully chosen. Serious play is a word I use. There is a balancing. But I think you should watch the lecture, because I articulate it pretty carefully what you do, rather than me just... But yeah, that's essentially what you do while you're doing the Jesus prayer. And also including the breath in your attention at the start, for the first 6 months anyway. And eventually, for more advanced people, later on, if you've been doing it for 6 months to a year, when, my dear friends, when you I don't know where that road goes. Eventually you'll notice behind the eyes a zone of, like, a pressure. So what is this? It's not anything physical. It's spiritual touch. A gravity, a movement from there can come, but this is where you'll notice behind the eyes Christ says, and he blew on the apostles, and peace be with you. Why does it say that? The Spirit blows where it wills. It's felt behind the eyes eventually, right? While you're concentrating, doing your concentrations. Eventually, when you feel this breath of the Spirit, at the end, it'll come at the end of a practice. And others in the fellowship have described this to... 3 others have experienced this, right? When this happens, and you can sense it there, you don't have to do the other visual, like concentrating on vision. You can just bring your concentration to that breath. And that's where your concentration is from then on. Because that's the master, right? So Valentin Tomberg backs that up. It's not just me. So yes, you bring your attention to just that. And at that time, you'll be experiencing grace in the breath also. But this is something I describe in other lectures. I'm not going to go into that today. Okay, where are we? Yeah, we're a bit further away than... Okay, that's where we are. Yeah, okay, well... I'll turn right up here. Okay. How long has it been? Jeez, it's almost been 4 hours now. We got through it. We got through all the miracles. Sorry, usually the first segment goes for about an hour, but that was a long walk. If I had known it was still broadcasting when we were at the river, I would have. We now have a way of checking that though, so for future streams we can, and I do apologise about the audio. I don't know how we're going to fix it. I might have to buy a new setup. I don't know if I have the money for that. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Let me see that the audio isn't an issue again. Sounds good. Oh wait, I'll read out the comments. My apologies. Here we go. Not only perfect, he is divine. Praise Yahweh. Well, praise Jesus. Yes, praise Christ. Praise the Father. But that's what I was saying though. He says, not only perfect, he is divine. Self-righteousness breaks the heart of our Father. Yeah, that's right. It does. But yeah, that's what I was saying. He's the Son of God is what, makes him divine. He's the fully awakened man and the fully righteous man. He's the ultimate, well, it's not even, he's God. But that's what Son of God means, the Logos and the perfect man. So, yes, I did say that. But yes, you're right. That's true, my friend. All right, okay, this looks like we might have more scenic, older buildings, older part of the village here. Look at. Nice. Now, is this going to go downhill though? Only a little bit. Oh God, going down and up. Okay. Oh no, maybe that doesn't go through. Can't tell. Okay. This will be all right. I'll go here. There's a park up here somewhere that I want to pull up at. Okay, I might put this above my head. Right there. You see, what you got there? You got something. I'm just going to pray for a bit. It's been 4 hours on the move. And then we'll pick up when we sit down. And maybe you might want to join me. Just bring your attention to your automatic breathing, your diaphragm, belly, wherever you can feel it with the movement. Automatic. Don't just bring your attention there. Don't control it. You have to get used to this. Having your attention somewhere and not controlling it's fine. And don't stress too much if it feels like you are. Just continue and eventually it won't. And so, then just pray the Jesus prayer. In the beat and speed of the Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. Slow it down depending on how slow the breath is, or how fast, whatever it is. see it in the distance there, Sydney. I don't know how well you can see it, but it is there. A gentleman that walked up behind me, had some weird Eastern music playing in his earphones. There's nothing more tragic than a Westerner who, was so close to Christ, who had a mission to accept the Master, to bring the Master to the world. And then these demons end up, there's these esoteric forces, it sucks, pray for them. These demons who have gotten into the Western mind. There is one Master. And a big part of that, actually, some of that is our fault, right? Some of that's our fault in terms of being too will to power driven. It's the era of the West technology. But yeah, those esoteric forces wanted revenge as well for what happened in colonialism. Those. Almost there. Nah, it's not hot. John Stubble says the sun seems hot there. Nah, it's fine. It's quite cool. Well, no, I mean, it's more like just 4 hours of walking. Yeah, I mean, we're finding a place to pick up soon, don't worry. Oh wait, is that the main road there though? Yeah, okay, I see. I see where we are. What day is it? Saturday. Just wondering why that school's open. Something going on over there. Okay. No more hills. Oh shit, is there a... Well, you're about to get some main road. So I do apologise about the noise. Oh wait, can we walk there? Is there another road? Where does that go? Let me have a look. It is a bit quieter down here. Goes down and up. How annoying. Oh, that's quite a view. Look at that, eh? Yeah. As well, show it properly, right? Camera might not do it justice, but it's quite pretty. And it's no big mountains, I get it, but I don't see mountains very often, so it's pretty attractive to me. Whereas Europeans that watch the show and Americans, maybe they're used to the Rockies, right? There's big mountains, but it's nice for me. Yeah, that's through to the coast that way. That's northeast, and we're sort of middle of the mountains here. The mountain range is quite wide, so yeah. kind of like a plateau for a lot of it rather than a individual peaks. That's enough of that. See the Rosettas? Can you see the Rosettas just here? Redbirds. Edison. Should be able to see. Give us a little chirp too. If that's you, Lord, thank you. Glory to you. Not saying it is. Just saying. You have to contemplate that to know. Can't just take a coincidence for evidence for something. Well, you can take it as a stimulus to contemplate, but put it through the epistemic principle before you're sure. Because there's delusional, you can be delusional regarding coincidences that occur. But often synchronicities can be that, but it's not all the time. Definitely something to log in your diary. What we need to do are keep rigorous records of spiritual experience. for today. Perfect. Well, I knew this was here, to be fair, so it didn't just happen. Didn't just happen by accident. That's nice. Probably like that angle. It's probably yeah. There. I think here. Alright. We're away. You can see me, can't you? Beautiful setting. Okay. Audio. Although it sounds like it's coming from the camera, maybe this is, I don't know. 1, 2, 1, 2. That sounds okay. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I apologize again about that audio. We're gonna buy a new camera. I've just decided we're gonna buy a new broadcast system. We've got to get rid of this issue. Whatever updates they did with this broadcast system, this Bella box it's called, I stuffed it with this camera. I bought new bits of equipment to get rid of some of the issues, and that's fixed, but this has persisted. If we can just get this camera problem sorted, it desyncs the audio, so it's not my fault. It's this software. But we're going to read from St. John of the Ladder because we missed it last week. Feel free to send through any videos, join the fellowship. You can participate with your voice in the stream. We're doing the final segment. We're going to go over for about half an hour today. Again, I apologize if you've tuned in. We have to fix this because it lowers the audience count too, and we want a good experience for everyone, to mutual participation. Though some people actually listen through that bad audio and that slowed audio. Yeah, but it's not good. It's definitely not good for the longevity of the stream. I've tried a lot of things to fix it, but we'll get a new system. So let's talk about this ladder of divine ascent. This incredible saint writes the pathway to perfection. We talk about it too, but it's the same. The master leads one on, adjusts the way to people, but it's the same narrow way, of course. You still go up the ladder, but perhaps in a different order when it's contemplation. There are differences between the saints when they talk about more contemplation, or more asceticism first, or more love first. But anyway, this is one of the most cited books of the Philokalia. Here's a quote from it. What is this mystery in me? What is the meaning of this blending of body and soul? How am I constituted? A friend and foe to myself. Tell me, my yoke fellow, my nature, for I shall not ask anyone else in order to learn about you. You can already see here how he's asking questions of himself. We've got to withdraw into the tabernacle to be able to take this time. We have to abandon this mode of efficiency, this minimum effort, maximum outcome, maximum efficiency. That is the will to power. That is capital. That is this intelligence behind the object and the subject that tries to keep us in this modern interpretation of things. It's the devil. Even the Lord said to me once, and through different intuitions, a lesson. It said efficiency and expectation, right? We project when he's guiding us somewhere as well. We even subconsciously have this issue where we try to use him to make things go smoother in our lives. Even once we have this in order to learn about you. Tell me, my yoke fellow, right? So even when we do that, we subconsciously, until the Lord fixes our wounded heart and rewrites our being, how am I to remain unwounded by you? How can I avoid the danger of my nature? For I have already made a vow to Christ to wage war against you. How am I to overcome your tyranny? For I am resolved to be your master. Writes in the 7th century, St. John Climacus, penetrating insight. And so we're not going to go into the historicity of it. I don't like it. Historicity, we want to hear from this inner life. Too much people go, let's tell the story of the historicality of Nietzsche. Some details do matter. There are some legendary matters that actually reveal something inner. Like when you study Heraclitus, Heidegger, when he describes him, goes into 2 legends about him. Not historicity, but the legendary can often reveal something of the inner nature that survived of their inner nature in a legendary form. And so he tells the story about Heraclitus at the oven. Heraclitus says the gods are here too, even at this common oven. But there's a deeper interpretation there. We're not going to go into that. Maybe we'll talk about Heraclitus one day, but not today. And so we just made a pilgrimage. So let's read from St. John Climacus on step 3, on exile and pilgrimage, right? We're talking about going into the tabernacle. We've been talking about the miracles, going into the urn, pouring clear, cool water into the urn with the wedding at Kana. On exile or pilgrimage. 1, exile means that we leave forever everything in our own country that prevents us from reaching the goal of the religious life. Exile means modest manners, wisdom, which remains unknown, prudence not recognized as such by most, a hidden life, an invisible intention, unseen meditation, desire for humiliation, longing for hardship, constant determination to love God, abundance of charity, renunciation of vainglory, depth of the silence, depth of the hesychism. Incredible. You could read that many times and unpack that. A hidden life, an invisible intention. Wisdom which remains unknown. This is mysteries. He knows mysteries. He knows the Master internally. The Master has come to him and dwells with him. You can tell here. 2, those who have come to love the Lord are at first unceasingly and greatly disturbed by this thought, as if burning with divine fire. I speak of separation from their own, undertaken by the lovers of perfection, so that they may live a life of hardship and simplicity. But great and praiseworthy as this is, yet it requires great discretion, for not every kind of exile carried to extremes is good. The Lord, in fact, is the golden mean. You can do your best to try, you've got to have this discretion, but the Lord grants ultimately a better and better discrimination and balance, and you can consult him directly, thank God, like we've been talking of. Because not every kind of exile carried to extremes is good. We need the golden mean. He'll slowly bring us up. You go too far, you can be pushed too far so easily. And that's why you got to lower your prayer rule. You got to get it to this right, this mean. And the Lord, I ask the Lord everything. Should I do this, Lord? Should I do that, Lord? Wait for the phenomena that I talk about in discernment. The breath of the eternal, or peace and joy. Beatific peace, though, which later manifests as a breath. It's the Spirit blows. You have to get good at concentration to be able to detect the Lord. But anyway, let's continue. Three, if every prophet goes unhonored in his own country, as the Lord says, then let us beware lest our exile should be for us an occasion of vainglory. And so easily we can tell ourselves that. I think people use that as an excuse that, it's just because they're Farsis. Well, what if you're actually deluded? That's why you need to be careful with the epistemic principle. You've got to have this discretion. And you have to be unsure. This unsurety to begin with protects you, because you're trying to, well, what if I'm wrong? What if it's balancing. And then you're constantly praying for help. For exile you have to have courage doing that, don't you? Courage and devotion to get through that uncertainty and keep in that uncertainty until you become more certain. For exile is separation. That's why, and that drives you to read the saints more and to have guidance from, then you get holy impulsions from this text like this. Impulses of spirit come along with them. You don't see them at first, but then you feel them later because faculties are granted. Virtue, Christ's virtue body is granted. A faculty just means a way of being. A way of being is a being. It's not some technique. It's a know-how. You can call it a know-how. I know how, but it's Christ's virtue body. Functional structure is another word for it. The divine likeness is the perfect man. He grants you his body and you feast on it, and that's how you become him. And so, for exile is separation from everything in order to keep the mind inseparable from God. And that's what you're trying to do. You can go into the desert in plain sight. The desert is not just the physical desert. Exile loves and produces continual weeping. Yeah. And exile is a fugitive from every attachment to his own people and to strangers. 4. In hastening to solitude and exile, do not wait for world-loving souls, because the thief comes unexpectedly. In trying to save the careless and indolent along with themselves, many perish with them. You have to look after yourself first. Get to Christ first, and then he'll help you and awaken love for others. But you're already a real danger. You'll be a danger to them and you, unless you can separate from them. Because in the course of time, the fire goes out. As soon as the flame is burning within you, run. For you do not know when it will go out and leave you in darkness. Not all of us are required to save others. The divine apostle says, each one of us shall give account to himself to God. It's enough to first seek God. Other people are an extreme danger to us, especially people closer to us. This loop of violence, this loop of tit for tat, it's dangerous, friends. As he taps the paper. Therefore, who teachest another, teachest thou not thyself? Look, take care of yourself first. Find Christ properly first. Withdraw. And then you can help them in 2-3 years' time. You know what I mean? You're no good to each other, honestly. Doesn't matter how good your relationship is. Doesn't matter who guilts you. Christ first. This is why he tells you. Distant. When he says hate, that's what he means, separation. When he says hate, he's not some when he says hate family and all that, he doesn't mean hate. It means withdraw from. Until you are close enough with Christ that it's not a threat to your salvation, that you can come back and help, perhaps. I do not know whether we must all teach others, but teach yourselves at all costs. 5. This is incredible. In going into exile, beware of the demon of wandering and of sensual desire, because exile gives him an opportunity. Yeah. So true. 6. Detachment is excellent, but her mother is exile. Having become an exile for the Lord's sake, we should have no ties of affection at all, lest we seem to be roving in order to gratify our passions. 7. Have you become an exile from the world? Do not touch the world anymore, because the passions desire nothing better than to return. Now, you can still be in the world, and the Lord will help you. He understands your circumstances. He'll grant you graces. You can still do your job and do these practices in the morning. You just withdraw a bit, disconnect yourself from technology, all the stuff I talk about, and you can go through this. You don't have to go to the monastery. You can still interact with things, but the things like women, don't look at women. Like, you see it, you look away. The saints talk about this, what to do. Anyway, I'm going to go on here. Just keep reading. Eve was exiled from paradise against her will, but the monk is a willing exile from his home. She would have liked the tree of disobedience again. And he would certainly expose himself to frequent danger from relatives according to the flesh. 9. Run from places of sin as from the plague, which is what I was just mentioning. For when fruit is not present, we have no frequent desire to eat it. That helps us, though when we come back, we still have had to have worked on ourselves very carefully, because you're going to have to be exposed to temptation for salvation to some degree, right? So it's not just enough to withdraw from it. We're going to have to encounter these things occasionally. Anyway, 10. Be on the lookout for this trick and wile of thieves, for they suggest to us that we need not separate ourselves from people in the world and maintain that we shall receive a great reward if we can look upon women and still remain content. You can do it in the world, though, because St. Palamas has said we're called to do this in the world, and you can. But you need to look away, though, like he says here with the women. So I'll separate ourselves from people in the world. Because I thought, well, maybe that's me. Maybe I'm the thief here by accident. And maintain that we shall receive great reward if we can look upon women and still remain content. And it affects you, right? But the Lord grants you help with that. As long as you don't continue lingering your look away when you notice one, or walk in a different direction. That's what I do. But yeah, you have to develop this habit of not lingering eyes on things, and the Lord removes the passion. The Lord removes any movement in the lower regions, and removes the demons actually do spiritual touch, and that the saints talk about that. Yes, that happens. So, but he removes that, thank God. But you need to continue the habit of not looking, right? But he'll grant you a virtue of just not being bothered by it. So over time, you just have to be patient and keep the habit of looking away. Like, you'll do one look, but you just keep it up. It's just like sort of a slow habit, right? And so 11, when we have lived a year or two away from our family and have acquired some piety or contrition or continence, then vain thoughts begin to rise up in us and urge us to go again to our homeland for the edification of many, they say, and as an example for the profit of those who saw our former lax life. And if we possess the gift of eloquence and some shreds of knowledge, and thought occurs to us that we could be saviours of souls and teachers in the world, that we may waste in the sea what we have gathered so well in the harbour, let us try to imitate not Lot's wife, but Lot himself. For when a soul turns back to what it has left, like salt, it loses its savour and becomes henceforth useless. Run from Egypt without looking back, because the hearts which look back upon it with affection shall not see Jerusalem, the land of tranquility. And this is true for monastics, but there is a truth to saying when you do have, it depends though. You go through this process till you disclose divine will, and then you end up doing things that are contrary to your intellect and temptation, right? So there is a truth to the Lord may direct you, but it will be against your will, because you would prefer the silence and the Lord's love, really, if you're satisfied and provided for, to have to go out into... and so the thing is, the Lord will direct you. You don't decide to do it based on a temptation that a thoughts come to you. You ask him, and you're following him, right? But you need to give the time to be able to discover this first, as is being said here. Those who left their own people in childlike simplicity at the beginning and have since been completely purified may profitably return to their former land. There you go. But following Christ, divine will, and being able to know it first, perhaps not with some temptation that comes to you, perhaps even with the intention after saving themselves, well, you don't save it, Christ saves you, but of saving others too. Yet Moses, who was allowed to see God himself, was sent by God for the salvation of his people. I just said that, right? Many met dangers in Egypt, that is to say, dark nights in the world. How incredible are the saints, man. 12, it is better to grieve our parents than the Lord. Isn't this what I'm saying? It's better to grieve our parents than the Lord. For he has created and saved us, and, may I add, saves them, and has got what they're best in mind. They might, it's best for them in the long run as well, that they go to him. But they have often ruined their loved ones and delivered them up to their doom. He created us and saved us. 13, he is an exile who, having knowledge, sits like one of foreign speech among people of another tongue. Silently, in other words. 14, it is not from hatred that we separate ourselves from our own people or places, God forbid, but to avoid the harm which might come to us from them, and to them, and to us to them, I might add. And when the Lord says hatred, he doesn't mean like this vitriolic, what's the word? Poisonous hate. Hate means distance. It means self-emptying yourself of that person. Self-empty of that, your desire for that person is to distance. It's the ultimate distance, right? Anyway, in this, as in everything, it is Christ who teaches us what is good for us. Amen. For it is clear that he often left his parents according to the flesh, and when he was told, thy mother and thy brethren are seeking for thee, our good Lord and Master at once showed us an example of dispassionate hatred when he said, remember what this hatred means? hate his mother and father, like, I hate you. No, it's distance. It's a disvaluated, agapic love for, but disvaluated on the temporal level, but love for the best thing for them, which is Christ, and that's hatred. Self-emptying, kenosis, is hatred, right? It's like, it's a dispassionate distance from the temporal aspect. Still, ultimately, agapic love for, my mother and my brethren are they who will do the will of Father who is in heaven. So I'll read that again. Our good Lord and Master at once showed us an example of dispassionate hatred when he said, my mother and my brethren are they who will do the will of my Father who is in heaven. That's articulating what I was saying, I think. 15. Let him be your Father who is able and willing to labor with you in bearing the burden of your sins, and your mother, contrition. Which can cleanse you from impurity, and your brother, your comrade who toils and fights side by side with you in your striving towards the heights, acquire an inseparable wife, which is the remembrance of death. Just allow me to check the battery on this. $31, plenty of battery there. And this is such a good reading that I'm going to quickly check that this is all sounding fine. I do apologize. Please stay with us and we'll finish this excellent reading. God, the saints are so incredible. I'm getting a lot from this, so I hope you are too. Okay, sounds good. Okay. And let your beloved children be the sights of your heart. The size of your heart, rather. The size of your heart. Yeah, find your heart. The core of your feeling, but also your physical heart. Get used to bringing your attention there. Make your body your slave and your friends, the holy powers, angels, who can help you at the hour of your death if they become your friends. Or your friends are to be the holy powers, the angels, who can help you at the hour of your death if they become your friends. Pray. I venerate St. Michael in the morning. And you could venerate your own guardian, whoever it might be. It could be an excusia, it could be well, it begins as an angel, but anyway, we've talked about that before. We don't need to go into that now. This is the generation, family of those who seek the Lord. That's your family. So your father, let him be your father who is able and willing to labor with you in bearing the burden of your sins. Your mother, contrition, which can cleanse you from impurity. And your brother, your comrade, who toils and fights side by side with you in your striving towards the heights. Acquire an inseparable wife, the remembrance of death. And let your beloved children be the size of your heart. Make your body your slave and your friends, the holy power and angels. Make your friends them who can help you at the hour of your death if they become friends. This is the generation, family of those who seek the Lord. 16, love of God extinguishes our love for our parents. And it becomes an agape towards them. It's not a mere, okay. Is that too bright, that reflection? I just changed the position here. Maybe just go, if it goes here, it might be a bit better. There. How's that? Oh no, the light might still be up there. Yeah, I mean that looks a bit better, doesn't it? The more we move it that way, I'd say the more, yeah, I think the sun will stay out of it now. Okay, cool. So, And so he who says that he has both deceives himself. Yeah, it's got love of God leads to an agape for everyone. But agape is not something you can just imitate from patterns of behavior that you see. It actually has to be granted by Christ himself. It was that way for me, like directly through hesychism. He should listen to him who says, no man can serve two masters. It's so true. Can't serve two gods. I have not come, says the Lord, to bring peace on earth, that is, love of parents among sons and brothers who have resolved to serve me. But war, oh, that's interesting. That is, love of parents among sons and brothers who have resolved to serve me. But war and a sword. Well, yeah, that's what it means, like agape instead of. In order to separate lovers of God from lovers of the world, the material from the spiritual, the proud from the humble, from strife and separation, delight the Lord when they spring from love for himself. For strife and separation delight the Lord when they spring from love for himself. Strife? That's interesting. Let's listen to what he has to say. Well, yeah, like sometimes conflict must happen as long as you're doing his will, though. And you don't usually, the actions you do, they're not done with any vitriol, but you have to follow divine will. Even though it might cause certain things that you have to tell the truth, right? Sometimes, what does St. Peter of Damascus says about that the master told Peter to wash his feet, which is very, I can't wash the prophet's feet, I can't wash God's feet. I can't allow God to wash my feet. That's denigrating you, that's not devotional, right? But there's a good reason for this, because that's the way it works. And then there's the prophet in the Old Testament where he says, strike me on the face with an axe. And then the guy refuses because I can't strike the prophet, right? Because it's written, and then a lion eats him. So this is the thing, divine will tells you to do something. Again, this has to be within the epistemic principle, right? You don't do things outside the care. You've got to have this discernment first. And anyway, 17, look, beware, lest you expose the deluge of sentiment through your attachment to the things of your home, and all that you have be drowned in the waters of earthly affection. Do not be moved by the tears of parents and friends, otherwise you will be weeping eternally. When they surround you like bees, or rather wasps, shed tears over you, do not for one moment hesitate, but sternly fix the eye of your soul on your past actions and your death. That's right, and their death. Their salvation's at stake, and so's yours. Finding the Lord is the best thing for everyone. And that he's love, man, and that you may ward off one sorrow by another. Our own, or more correctly, those who are not our own, flutteringly promise to do everything to please us, but their aim is to hinder our splendid course and afterwards to bend us in this way to their own ends. It's stark, but it's true. You'll notice the patterns of this. 18, for our solitary life, let us choose. He is talking about monastics, but it applies to everyone who's putting Christ first. You can do this in the world. For our solitary life, let us choose places where there are fewer opportunities for comfort and ambition, but more for humility. Otherwise we shall be fleeing in company with our passions. Hide your noble birth, and do not glory in your distinction, lest you be found to be one thing in word, and another in deed, rather. 20. No one has gone into exile so nobly as the great patriarch to whom it was said, get thee out of thy country, from thy kindred, and from thy father's house. And then he was ordered to go into a foreign and barbarous land. And so look, in the modern sense, if you could have a negative social group that you have to withdraw from, for instance, doing this. It's anti-Christian or just a bit degenerate or something. You have to do it. Yeah, you've got relationships with friends and stuff, but withdrawal's a good thing. Part of it is also withdrawal with technology that can help, right? You're withdrawing from a land by changing your interests. God is going to change your interests in this process, dissolve former ones. Former people you used to enjoy watching actually become, you realize I'm sinful in a minor way and a bad influence. Some there's some streamers I used to just watch for entertainment that I just have unsubscribed from because they're just in a small seeding way speak to the will to power too much. So, but that's all right. The Lord changes your desires over time. So it's a slow process, but don't worry is what I'm saying. 21, sometimes the Lord has brought more glory to the man who has gone into exile after the manner of this great patriarch. But even if glory is God-given, yet it is excellent to divert it from oneself with a shield of humility. 22, yeah, there's dangers to these things. Being a priest, having a community of, say, 500 people look up to you is dangerous. Like most people, once you experience the waters of Christ, you often would, if you're provided for, would prefer to stay with the divine love. It just takes a long time to develop it, right? When you go out to amongst people who are sinning, you are contacting those sins, making contact with that. It's St. Sophrony talks about this, that you bear it. And so you're going into temptation, right? So people think, oh, how wonderful it can be, experience glories. But yeah, people would prefer to stay in the silence because it threatens God's love, divine love being sent to you and feasting on that bread of divine love and divine peace. To have to go do it. When men or devils, 22, when men or devils praise us for our exile as some great success, then let us think of him who for our sake was exiled from heaven. That's why that, just reminding yourself that I could die tomorrow, but also I'm gonna die soon. It's not gonna be that long and I'm dead. That really does help to contemplate death. And they all say it, all the saints say it. It really does help. Oh wow, okay. Cool, there's not that much longer to this, I don't think. Excellent. We shall find that throughout all eternity it is impossible for us to make return for this. Let us think of him who was, for our sake, was exiled from heaven to earth, and we shall find that throughout all eternity it is impossible for us to make return for this, for Christ, of course. When men or devils praise us for our exile, remember Christ and what he did, coming down and in the endless tortures. He suffers tortures now. He bears all your suffering. He experiences your suffering, everyone's. We crucify him. He suffers because he loves everyone who crucifies him. He loved everyone who crucified him when he incarnated, and he loves everyone who crucifies him now. He is constantly dealing with that suffering. So he always bears it with you, but also he bears it in a millionfold. Anyway, 23, attachment either to some particular relative or to a stranger is dangerous. Little by little it can entice us back to the world. I mean, this is monastic, right? Completely quench the fire of our contrition. It is impossible to look at the sky with one eye and at the earth with another, and it is equally impossible for anyone not to expose his soul to danger who has not separated himself completely, both in thought and body, from his own relatives and from others. 24, by much labour and effort, a good and firm disposition is developed in us. But what is achieved and with great labour can be lost in an instant. For evil company doth corrupt good manners, being at once worldly and disorderly. 40, the man who associates with people of the world or approaches them after his renunciation. Some of this is particular advice for monastics who have a particular rigorous, like incredibly they're very difficult prayer practices, doing liturgies all day. So it's particularly, but it's very important. It's like the front line for praying for everyone. his renunciation will certainly either fall into their traps or will defile his heart by thinking about them, or if he is not defiled himself yet, by condemning those who are defiled, he too will himself be defiled. And that's all on exile. And I think there's some parts here on dreams, but I don't think it's really part of the reading. I mean, let's just read it. We've got it here. Okay, concerning dreams that beginners have. Actually, no, we'll put a stop to it there. Just getting a sense that I should stop that there. Now, my friends, we're going to watch some videos together, and feel free to send through any you want to talk about, but I've got a few saved. Oh, this audio's got 10% left. That's enough. We have a new mirror for this. So I'll bring you over here, my dear friends. Put you down like that. Down like that. So up. That. There we are. Oh, okay, this is not falling over now. I don't know what. Maybe if it's leaned there, it will. Yeah, I see why that works now. And once did work. Okay, let's go to YouTube. What do you got there? You can see this. Bit reflective. I mean, you can kind of see me there anyway. But here's me. Hello. Center. Maybe it's actually hard to find a good angle to put this. Nah. Okay. Whoops. Sorry, everybody. Okay. Let's go to... not there. Here. Watch later. There's one from Sensophrony that I thought was very good. Maybe it was... Maybe it was this one. Let's just try this one. Let's get our other mic on as well. And this is his actual voice here too, of the voice of a saint. So let me just grab this. Move that back a bit, just so you got some nice background action as well as seeing what we're looking at. And some stuff here. Should be able to see me there. There you go. There you go. There you go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you know, it's all a bit finicky. It's all a bit, takes time to set up, doesn't it? Okay, that's on. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good, good. Now you should have audio, and let's listen. And you got subtitles there you can see, right? Very clear and large. Yeah, they're big. I can full screen them, and that might even make it even better. Yeah, you can see that, right? Yeah, it's easy to read. I can read it on the tiny screen, so it's nice to hear his voice, though.
Как возможно, чтобы абсолютное существо восприняло эту относительную форму бывания, но вместе с тем и
at the same time, how can we be born in this earthly body, become bearers of divine power? If we attempt to reflect on this, at every step we encounter the insufficiency of our intellect to answer such questions. Yet these questions feel their resolution in life itself. We are still in the period of creation, as the Lord said. My Father is working until now, and I am working. The work of God, the one who saves the world, is not fully complete. Our nature is created in the image of the beginningless Absolute, who declares, I am that I am. Meaning, being is me, and there is nothing. Sorry, everyone. I just missed that bit. And being is me, and there is nothing apart from me. If God speaks of himself as I, it signifies that he is a person. Just a reminder, this is a Hesychast. Saint Sophrony, incredible saint. How does this revelation reflect in us? How can we become persons like God? When we live attentively, we continually stand before mysteries that are yet to be revealed to us. Attentively, concentration, watchfulness. However, through the very effort to live by the commandments of Christ God, we come to understand that no one has ever given us anything more perfect. Once again, my thoughts return to our father, St. Silouan. His spiritual father was a saint also. He writes that when we do not understand the ways of God, we still say to him, thy will be done. Let it be with me according to your word and will, Lord. Thus, in this earthly life, full of suffering, pain and death and darkness, when we surrender to his will, which we do not yet comprehend, the grace of the Holy Spirit comes upon us when we say, let it be with me according to your word and will, surrender to his will. And we come to know God as a Father, the dearest and closest of all. Bear in mind, this is a Hesychast. He had God within him as a fact of experience, and he says this many times in his book. Therefore, this is not a matter of logical resolution. It's not a logical acceptance, but an experience of being itself, if we are created in his image and likeness.
что все-таки
It means
значит
that an
для
endless
нас
kingdom has been prepared for us.
приготовлен
In great
Царство
suffering, the Christian
Бесконечное.
completes their journey.
И в великом
But the suffering's
страдании
good.
совершает
becomes good.
христианин свой путь. Возьмите на
On
земле
earth, Christ does not seek to
Христос,
crush others with his
который
power,
не
but takes
гонится
upon himself
за тем,
their infirmities.
чтобы раздавить других могуществом. Берет на
I'll
себя
just pause this
немощь.
for 2 seconds, everyone. John Stubble says, surrender our loved ones, very difficult but so essential in this purification process. Absolutely. He says, knowing that he suffered on the cross more than we can imagine, that draws strength and courage within me. Indeed, my friend. And John Stubble says, I love your video sharing as well, Scott. And mirror with the trees, very pleasant. I'm glad that's working. Meditation or concentration brings purification. Amen. Look away. Distance from temptation are key. Not to fall to attacks, says John. Thank you for sharing, John. I'm reading the comments. I got them right here, fellas. Feel free to make any comment on what's
И
being
что
talked about.
христианство, которое мы живем, православное, действительно есть сплошное страдание.
Oh, and I'll continue in just a moment. Let me just, I forgot to, if there's anyone in the Discord you can speak to, I'll just log into it. Forgot about that. But yes, you can speak in the chat. And if you want to actually say something, feel free to, it's just join the conclave meetings room, and it'll come through the audio here. So otherwise, you feel free to comment and I'll read the comment out. Within this suffering, a golden thread. Let me just go back. The Christian way. Hang on earth, Christ does not seek to crush others with his power, but takes upon himself their infirmities. He feels your suffering. He is bearing incredible suffering. The Christian way, as Orthodox, live a life that is indeed one of pure suffering. But it's a good suffering. Yet within this suffering, a golden thread of the finest intuition, our kinship with the beginningless God, somehow finds its way. Incredible. True. Thus, the creation of man is not yet complete. Perhaps it finds its fulfillment in the experience of the saints like St. Silouan. And this, of course, is a saint, but he wasn't a saint then. He says that we live God as a father, the dearest, the most intimate father. Spiritual perception in the Christian life is profoundly deep and ineffably subtle.
Не интеллект наш, ни что-нибудь другое в наш.
Strictly speaking, we do not grasp the love of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit with our intellect. Human language born within creation is incapable of adequately expressing it. And I agree, this is all 100% true. But when we truly believe in Christ, the Holy Spirit dwells in us, within us. And somehow, deep within, a most delicate intuition reveals to us. And we've been talking about this today. This is God. This is our Father. Words cannot convey this. We must enter into this state. And we've been mentioning how concentration without effort in prayer. And grace. And we enter when God himself comes and dwells within us. It happens. Immeasurably great and mighty, yet immeasurably humble. As our Father, St. Silouan, says, there is an ascetic humility, kenosis, an emptying. We live and feel ourselves unable to fulfill the commandments, begin to despise ourselves and say, I am worse than all. And this is already humility. But St. Silouan says there is another kind of humility, that of Christ, even more than that. It is absolute. It is without comparison or distinction, without any relation to anything else, this kenosis, this emptying. And when this divine humility touches us, our joy no longer comes from the power to crush our brother, but from love for our brother, which becomes the essence, the ground of our life, the ground of our being, and all action and impulse. A strange sense of spiritual sweetness arises, a divine sweetness, from feeling oneself lesser than others and from not desiring dominion. This is the divine humility about which St. Silouan says it is inexpressible. For when expressed in our human language, it becomes contradictory. Very deep metaphysics, that point. Very deep metaphysics. What is a higher understanding, the saint is saying here? When we try to express it in propositions, it becomes a paradox. But when the Lord sends you deeper knowledge than a mere proposition, greater sense and truth is made. What should we do in the state in which we now find ourselves in Sophia? We must continue patiently learning the life of Christ in his self-emptying kenosis. Hear the shriek of the bird, and then the answer will come, not in words, but in being, within, because a person must come in Christ to the state where they can say, now in you and through you, I am Christ. Then the eternal plan is fulfilled in us, and that's perfection. We become like the one who said, I am that I am. I am who I am. Oh, I missed that part. And the person too says, I am. We're only truly are when we're eternally in Christ and Him in us. Why do we speak of this life which surpasses the average level Christianity? I think he's saying that in a way that everyone's called to it, right? When he's the kind of tone. Because we need to know to what we're called. This is the essence of monasticism, and it can be done in the city, as St. Palmas says. By keeping the commandments of Christ, we make ourselves capable of receiving the very energy of divinity, grace.
Subscribing to our channel is free.
That's enough. There you go. John Stubble says, finest intuition can only be granted by a Father, loving kindness from Him. Yes, and it's through the process of withdrawal that you can detect this finest intuition, this subtlety of conscience that you feel. And then later, in the heart itself, through the prayer of the heart, but later just even the physical heart, pain in the heart, this movement becomes possible to detect through concentration without effort in prayer. My friends, it's for, we got there. We did the segment. Here we are again. It was a good day. I'm sorry about the audio. We'll get all this fixed up. Keep saying that. I'm gonna have to buy a whole new setup or something. But here we are. Thank you for joining. I will see you guys on Saturday next week, a week before Orthodox Passover and before everyone else's Easter. So it's been a good day. I hope you enjoyed that incredible saying from Sensophony. There's some interesting things were said yesterday in the stream. If you're interested, you can go back and look at that, or joining the fellowship at scottmannion.com/fellowship. But yeah, the monastery of St. George, we visited. Some interesting conversations were had with the monastics there. The brothers there, the brother that I spoke to. But yeah, it was beautiful, a really beautiful visit. We got to talk about the Passion. But that was an incredible reading. But yeah, I can't stay too long, so I'll see you guys next week. I would do another reading, but let's get, it takes a while to get home from here. So God bless you, friends. I'll see you next week on Saturday. Thanks for contributing. Thanks for being a part of it, and thanks for your comments. Yeah, we'll leave it there. God bless you. I'll see you next week. And I'll just read that final comment. Yahweh, my friend, I am that I am, or I am who I am, says John Stubble. I'll see you all next week. Thank you for your chats. Substack.